those years as a superhero in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426 Hope and Despair. The current superheroes no longer have any decent bases. Because they have no funds and no venues, anything they do, even some insignificant actions, is likely to attract the attention of Magneto's gang. The power of the regime controlled by Magneto over the lower classes is much higher than that of ordinary human governments. Based on the various strange abilities of mutants, Magneto's instructions and management can be spread to almost every corner of America. He has achieved true top-down vertical management. In the vast Gobi Desert of Mexico, there is a base where superheroes hide last. This is the last refuge, the last resistance fortress of the rebels. From the outside, this base looks like a border fortress built by an ancient civilization hundreds of years ago, but it is still abandoned and severely corroded and weathered by wind and sand. It looks exactly like the scenes that can be seen everywhere in the Gobi Desert. This does not arouse anyone's suspicion. Under this fortress, there is a large underground palace. This was a natural cave before, which was transformed and expanded by Nightcrawler and Tony and others. Eventually, the underground palace became an underground community that could accommodate 1,000 people. But now the underground palace has begun to be overloaded. All kinds of mutants and superpowers among ordinary people oppressed by Magneto, as well as ordinary people, non-mutant superpower groups, began to flee the city controlled by Magneto. They had nowhere to go, and finally they were taken underground by Nightcrawler and his men. Originally, it was only intended to build a secret base for the rebels with 1,000 people, but in the end it was forced to accommodate nearly 2,500 people. Among them, there were also many women and children who were not considered to be combat capable. This put the entire base under tremendous survival pressure. This group of old superheroes had to shoulder this last responsibility. The already old and weak bodies were burdened with more burdens. It made their waists, which were not so straight, even more bent. But at some moments, having more people is still good, such as what Tony is doing now, the manufacture of the Sentinel project. Now Tony no longer has his steel factory, and no artificial intelligence Jarvis to help him assist him. So many things must be done manually. These last people who survived and hid in the underground palace and resisted Magneto once again united together. They used all their enthusiasm because they believed in Nightcrawler and Tony. This time would be their best chance to overthrow Magneto's rule. Almost everyone who could help started to help. People with superpowers went out to help find materials, while women and children helped to handle logistics and simple matters in the base. The whole resistance organization was working hard. And far away from the hustle and bustle. In a lead room in the base, there lived an old man. He was very, very old, and even his sweat hair began to turn white. This was Charles Xavier, the former leader of the moderate mutants. He was lucky. He survived the Battle of New York and the subsequent brutal siege campaigns. He was unfortunate. As an old man, he had to say goodbye to his comrades and students again and again. Those other young mutants who joined him to fight against Magneto for his ideas. The lifespan of mutants depends on the degree of fusion of their X genes. Epsilon-level mutants with the lowest degree of X gene fusion are likely to live shorter than ordinary people. Most of the perfectly integrated alpha-level mutants like Professor X have a lifespan of 150 to 200 years. Living too long is not a good thing. Especially when you keep looking at those younger than you. Those students who admire and love you leave this world one by one before you. Professor X's Charles's mental problems began to appear. At first, it was only intermittent, but in the past 1 or 2 years, Nightcrawler and his team had to lock him up in a room made of lead. Every time the professor's disease attacks, he can't control his mutant ability. His mutant ability is mental invasion. Once he can't control himself, his mental power starts to run wild and burns the brains of people around him. The professor's disease is called Alzheimer's disease. In a simpler and more popular way, this disease is senile dementia. It is undoubtedly a huge irony that a person with the most important and dangerous brain in the world suffers from senile dementia. In order to suppress his condition, Nightcrawler and Spider-Man had to go around looking for medicine to control him. The only person in the entire base who has a certain resistance to Professor X's mental shock is Nightcrawler. So the task of delivering medicine to Charles was also given to him. He walked into Charles' room with the packaged medicine as usual. "Professor, you should take the medicine." Charles, who was sitting in the corner, did not respond to him. The Night Walker had to walk up to Charles and said to him loudly, "It's time for you to take the medicine." "I'm not deaf." The Night Walker suddenly shouted loudly, scaring the already old Charles. He muttered a little, "You have been very busy in recent months? You don't have time to play chess with me now." Charles took the pills handed by the Night Walker and swallowed them with cold water. If he didn't rely on this psychotropic drug, Charles knew that he would fall into a crazy state. He now sleeps more than he wakes up. But he didn't dare to sleep, because every time he slept, he would dream of those dead students. He resisted sleep in his heart but couldn't overcome the body's functional response. So the genetic system in Charles' body activated a protective device. That is to make his memory worse and worse, so that he slowly forgets the previous things. In this way, he won't want to resist sleep. Nightcrawler sat down on Charles' bed and whispered, "Yes, Charles. Tony has found a way to deal with Magneto. We found the Sentinel Project. Tony has already browsed the entire Sentinel Project and he thinks it can be implemented." Nightcrawler did not hide this from Professor X. "This is a weapon specifically for dealing with mutants. I guess you may have heard of it before." Charles pursed his lips and said nothing. After a while, he asked in a trembling voice, "But Tony's brain is as useless as mine now. He is not the Iron Man of the past. I doubt if he can solve a math problem of 2 variables and square root now. Hawkeye got an infinite serum. At least in the next 6 months, Tony's brain can be restored to his 30-year-old state." Nightcrawler helped Charles clean up the room, including tidying up the messy bed and the garbage thrown on the floor by Charles. Charles noticed that Nightcrawler's hands were shaking badly now, especially when he bent down and squatted, and he had to spend a lot of effort every time. Charles turned his head to look at the wall on one side, not letting Nightwalker see his eyes, but this will come at a price. The Infinite Serum has been discontinued for a long time. Yes, this is the Infinite Serum from 30 years ago. The efficacy is not high. It can only be guaranteed for half a year. The price is that Tony will age faster in the future. Nightwalker's tone was calm, as if he was saying that today's hamburger tasted good. Charles buried his head in the quilt and said in a dreamy tone, "Is it worth it? Tony is almost 90. And I am 70, Charles. For us, everything doesn't matter anymore." Nightwalker packed up the chess table, placed it opposite Charles and said, "Didn't you say that I haven't played chess with you for a long time? Let's play a game today." Because of the sudden barrier of liquid in his eyes, the black and white chess became unusually blurry in Charles' eyes. The Gobi Desert in Mexico outside the base. Wolverine, take a good smell of this place. Where does the smell of those people start and end? Red Tank came to this Gobi Desert with a large number of his men and Wolverine. When faced with a choice that Red Tank said before, Logan did not make a choice. He could only choose to agree to help Red Tank for the sake of his grandchildren. He didn't know who he was going to deal with. He only knew that someone was going to create a Sentinel, and then Magneto was going to eliminate this group of people. Magneto found him and gave him 2 ways. Either help Magneto or say goodbye to his grandchildren. Logan had no choice but to agree. In the Gobi Desert, he used his super sense of smell to smell the abnormal smell of the air and pointed a direction for Red Tank. Red Tank waved his hand, and his men driving the armored vehicles immediately moved in this direction. New York. Magneto, who was far away in New York, watched Logan's every move through the monitor, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Magneto seemed to have not aged in the past 50 years. Perhaps it was the nourishment of power that made him tend to get younger and younger. In the newly built Magneto building, in Magneto King Eric's office, besides him, there are 2 other mutants watching the screen on the monitor with him. They are a man and a woman. The male mutant is a middle-aged man who looks elegant, while the female mutant is a woman with long golden hair and sapphire blue eyes. She is also a hot and sexy woman. Sebastian. Do you know what the most interesting thing in the world is? Magneto looked at the male mutant and smiled. The male mutant shook his head gracefully. That is to give others hope, and then crush it in front of them. Magneto had a happy smile on his face. After saying this, Magneto continued to talk about business. Now is the era of mutants, Sebastian. I hope that the Hellfire Club can be more obedient in the future and don't embarrass me. The middle-aged mutant named Sebastian nodded. Of course, we will abide by the agreement. After all, you are current White King. Double monthly tickets, please vote. Chapter 427, Still a Hero. The attack on the last Mexican resistance base was launched in the early hours of the morning. Under Logan's guidance, Red Tank and others successfully found a place that looked like a corroded fortress. Earth-penetrating bombs. Red Tank said this on the walkie-talkie. In the rear convoy, the roofs of several armored vehicles responsible for attacking the enemy were opened. The vehicle was equipped with a portable offensive ground-to-ground top-loading missile. This is specially used to deal with hard bunkers or underground facilities. Red Tank brought elite troops this time, all of whom are mutants who have received formal training and have super combat effectiveness or special abilities. Although there are only more than 400 people, but their mutual cooperation and the weapons they carry are enough to match the combat effectiveness of several super elite armored divisions composed of traditional humans. It can even be said that the combat effectiveness can be a little stronger. With a scorching tail flame. One by one, the earth-penetrating missiles flew out. They first flew to a certain height at a 45-degree angle. Then suddenly adjusted their flight angle. After reaching the designated target, the missile turned and flew downward instead of upward. And when attacking downwards, it kept slightly adjusting its angle, until it fell from the sky at a right angle of 90 degrees and drilled through the earth. Hundreds of bunker buster bombs fell at different times and in different places. The same thing was that in the soft Gobi Desert in Mexico, these bunker buster bombs easily broke through the depth of dozens of meters. The flames and shock waves they burst out cut through the silent night sky. The sand and gravel raised by the pillars of fire and shock waves that soared into the sky were extremely dazzling in the Gobi Desert. The most magnificent fireworks in the world could not be compared with the brilliance produced by the explosion of missiles. It was the flame of death, and the only ones dancing and singing around it were the messengers of hell who harvested human souls. Logan turned his head away and didn't want to see what was happening. "I'm sorry," Logan said softly, his heart full of apologies. But he had no choice. He had no choice. Red Tank looked at Logan's actions and smiled contemptuously. When the missile attack was completed and a large hole was destroyed in the underground palace, exposing the entire base to Red Tank and others, it was time for Red Tank to launch a general attack. Hundreds of fully armed mutant warriors, wearing power skeletons tailored for their mutant abilities, advanced orderly towards the resistance base under the command of Red Tank. When the missiles came, Tony Stark was busy with the manufacture and programming of the Sentinel robot. His time was limited, and the infinite serum could only support him for half a year. Only during this period of time could his brain ensure high-speed operation, just like going back to the time when the steel armor was manufactured 50 years ago. And now 3 months have passed. But the entire manufacturing of the Sentinel robot has only been completed by 40%. Tony felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. Because he didn't have much time. As long as the infinite serum support time passed, his brain would begin to age and decline rapidly. At that time, he didn't know whether he could still see the complex data on these drawings and the various dense mutant formulas. He was working overtime. Because what slowed down the whole work process now was not Tony's brain, but the scarce resources and limited technical manpower. It was not 50 years ago, and Tony could not mobilize various resources like when he was Iron Man. At that time, he had Stark Industries in his hands. A large amount of raw materials were at his disposal, as well as Jarvis's intelligent AI assistants, and a fully automatic manufacturing plant that belonged to him alone, just below his villa. If he had received this blueprint 50 years ago, Tony dared to guarantee that he would only need 1 week to make the first prototype. Within 3 months, he could make no less than 2 improved models. But in this base in Mexico, he had no resources and no technical manpower. Although everyone's enthusiasm for work was very high, this could not solve the problem of their lack of technical skills. Tony had adjusted the life support system's supply to the maximum state. He increased the supply in the respirator. A large amount of oxygen entered the blood through breathing. It was then transported to various organs of the body, especially the brain, through the blood. The high oxygen content brought enough stimulation to Tony's brain. The oxygen-rich blood brought enough nourishment to the brain. This kept Tony in a state of full spirit. At a certain moment, he felt like he was back in his teens, when he was still studying at MIT. At that time, he always had endless energy. But now MIT has become a place where mutants are supreme. Tony felt bad that his alma mater had become like this. "You should go to bed." Nightcrawler and Hawkeye walked into Tony's laboratory and reminded him, You are almost 90 years old, Tony. Staying up late is not a good thing for you. You are burning your life. If you continue to do this, the infinite serum may lose its efficacy in less than half a year. Hawkeye's words are not alarmist. Tony has been staying up late for the past month. Although his spirit is still full. But his body began to shrink. The body that had begun to become stronger due to the infinite serum has withered again. This is not a good sign. Because this means that the efficacy of the infinite serum has begun to decline, and it has begun to decline at a very fast rate. Can't stop, guys. I don't have much time. If I write the entire manufacturing process of the Sentinel while I am still awake and list a detailed instruction book, then who will guide these young people to complete this complicated work in the future? Tony didn't even raise his head. He was typing quickly on the keyboard in front of the computer, listing various complex calculation formulas. I want to complete all this as soon as possible. Nightwalker and Hawkeye looked at each other. In fact, they knew very well that whether the Sentinel plan could be completed really depended on luck. Because they lacked various key materials. Now it was a stroke of luck to be able to complete 40% of the manufacturing work. And even if the Sentinel was completed, could this Sentinel really meet everyone's expectations and eliminate mutants? Maybe it would be okay. But it is estimated that relying on just one unit is definitely not enough, at least a little more quantity is needed. Maybe hundreds of units are needed. But just making one unit is so difficult, so can making hundreds of units be completed? In fact, from Nightwalker to Hawkeye, to Spider-Man, and even Tony himself, they all had a kind of disbelief in their hearts, and even had the intention of giving up. But they still insisted on doing so. Because they want to raise the morale of the other people in the resistance base. The most terrifying thing in the Dark Age is not the shortage of materials, but the loss of hope. This group of old guys understand this very well, so they have a tacit understanding and no one speaks out. Seeing Tony so persistent, Nightcrawler and Hawkeye stopped arguing with him. The two found a place to sit down quietly and watch Tony check the formulas and write the project. In fact, the entire design and manufacturing steps are almost completed in Tony's current overtime work. He is just doing the final verification now. After that, he needs to find a suitable USB flash drive or something similar to copy all the files. When the three old men were quietly doing their own things in the laboratory, the missile attack fell from the sky. The huge explosion and shockwave made Tony fall directly from the chair. Tony! Nightcrawler shouted, rushed forward to protect Tony under his body to prevent the falling debris from the high altitude from hitting him. Enemy attack! It's Juggernaut. He's here with Magneto's 1st Elite Battalion. Our base is exposed. Spider-Man rushed in amidst the violent explosion, bringing bad news to everyone. Damn it! How did Magneto find this? Hawkeye barely managed to hold on to the wall to keep himself from falling. The missile explosion lasted for nearly a minute. Tony's laboratory was located at the bottom of the underground palace. This prevented them from being completely blown through by the earth-penetrating bomb. However, the upper floors of the underground palace had already suffered heavy casualties. The Sentinel robot, which had just been 40% completed, was also destroyed in this violent explosion. The explosion has stopped. They are about to launch a frontal attack. Nightcrawler shouted loudly when he found that the shockwave had stopped. The 1st Elite Battalion is the best group of mutants in Magneto's hands. Even if it was intact, the resistance base could not be the opponent of this armed force in a head-on confrontation. What's more, they were caught off guard by them. It has been attacked by hundreds of earth-penetrating bombs. Tony, who was protected by Nightcrawler, patted Nightcrawler on himself to signal him to let go. Hawkeye, hurry up and get Abraham and Millie over here. We don't have time. Nightcrawler, help me up quickly. I only have the last few formulas left. I have to finish writing this code. Tony shouted at the top of his lungs, hurry up. We only have a few minutes. Logan didn't see how Red Tank's men attacked this resistance base, and he didn't want to know what would happen later. He just turned his head and took out a bottle of gin from his arms and took a sip. But Red Tank didn't give up provoking Logan. He said to Logan with a half smile, Logan, do you know who is leading the resistance base here? Logan didn't even look at Red Tank, he just continued to drink his gin. Red Tank shook his head when he saw Logan's performance, as if Logan's performance disappointed him. He said in an indifferent tone, you don't care about all this, right? You want to end everything here quickly so that you can take your grandchildren to Canada to continue chopping wood, right? Well, you really don't need to care about all this, even if the leaders here are Tony Stark, Nightcrawler, Hawkeye Barton, Spider-Man. Oh, and Professor X, Charles Xavier. Red Tank said in an indifferent tone. And when the names were read out one by one, Logan's pupils shrank violently. He held the bottle of wine and crushed the whole bottle unconsciously. The amber wine flowed all over the floor with the broken bottle. Logan's palms were pierced by sharp fragments and bleeding, and Logan was unaware of all this. Hawkeye brought some young men and women to Tony's laboratory. These are carefully selected seeds. For this group of old guys, they had made the worst plan a long time ago. There are about 20 men and women in total. These are young people who have just turned 20 years old. They are ordinary people who have awakened to superpowers and then were persecuted by Magneto. Nightcrawler took these people in and trained them in a planned way. In addition to teaching them combat skills, they also taught them various other knowledge, including the scientific knowledge that Tony taught them. The leaders of this team are Abraham and Millie. They are male and female leaders respectively. Tony called the two people to his front. He handed them a small USB flash drive. Listen, there is no time, kids. You should know what we are experiencing now. Magneto has found us. Tony said this while looking at the two young people's faces. They are afraid. Magneto is afraid of us. So he can't wait to get rid of us every time. Especially when we have something that can destroy his regime. Tony pointed to the USB flash drive. It contains all the manufacturing methods of the Sentinels, as well as several improvement methods I proposed. You must keep them well. When you find the right time, you can make these machines. Remember not to let others find you. Abraham and Millie's little faces were full of sadness. The other young people had the same expression on their faces. They knew what this meant. Long before, when Nightcrawler began to train them, he had already told them what the worst outcome would be. No, I don't want to leave you. Millie's voice was filled with tears, and she held on to Nightcrawler and Tony's clothes tightly, not wanting to leave. She was rescued by Nightcrawler when she was in the most dangerous moment. For her, who had been fleeing since she was 7 or 8 years old, Nightcrawler and Tony were her family, and this resistance base was her last home. But now they were going to tell her that her family was broken up. This kind of thing was very painful, and she had experienced it once when she was very young, and she didn't want to experience it a second time. There's no time, kids. Get out of here quickly, we'll help you buy time. Spider-Man. Did you bring the professor? Let him go with the kids. Nightcrawler shouted. Before Spider-Man could respond, the professor's voice was heard. No need, don't drag these kids down. My old bones are no longer useful. It would be better if I could help them delay a little time. The professor pushed the wheelchair into the laboratory with great effort. I have seen too many students die. I don't want to see other young people die. So, I'd better stay. Nightcrawler, Tony, Spider-Man and Hawkeye looked at each other, and no one said anything to object. They drove the young people led by Abraham and Millie into the secret passage that had been prepared long ago. Let them escape from the passage. When those mutant warriors appeared in front of Nightcrawler and others wearing sophisticated equipment and holding weapons with great lethality, the old Nightcrawler drew out his Thunderblade. Although his hands were still shaking, he said to the others in a firm tone, "Everyone, it is my honor to fight side by side with you. I am fortunate to fight with a group of real heroes until the last moment of my life. Don't talk too much nonsense, Nightcrawler. You have been talking too much nonsense all your life. You should control your shaking hands and kill more enemies. Hawkeye has already put the bow and arrow on the bowstring. At least I can die on the battlefield instead of in the hospital bed. This will be the honor of my life." Tony sat in a wheelchair. Professor Charles, who was next to Tony, nodded and said, "Me too. Don't forget me." Spider-Man finally adjusted his clothes. "We have always been heroes, since 50 years ago. It is still the same now. Everyone, let us give a perfect curtain call for our last heroic career." After saying this, Spider-Man has already rushed towards the enemy, followed by Nightcrawler's Hawkeye, Professor and Tony. This group of old heroes roared and charged towards death at the last moment of their lives. Perhaps at the beginning, they did not have much expectations for the Sentinel project. Perhaps this group of old heroes had already despaired of this dark world a long time ago. But they used their old and bent spines to withstand all the darkness. As strong as steel, as tough as spider silk. The bentbacks carried the last expectations of countless people for them. Even in this darkest era, in these years when there is no light at the end of the tunnel, they still made their own choices. They left all the despair to themselves and gave all the hope to others. They were the ones who encouraged them spiritually, and the young people who fled with a fire of hope in the secret passage. The desperate charge of a group of old people was not so heroic, but it made everyone know one thing: a hero is still a hero even when he dies. Anyone who said in the comment section that he would give a reward of 10,000 yuan can give a reward now. It has already been 13,000 words, and there will be another update later. Chapter 428 When Nothing Matters. New York. In a semi-enclosed circular space of Magneto Tower. The interior of this space is very wide, with a height of about 10 meters. In the middle of the circular space is a huge stage, which seems to be prepared for some performance. But now, the stage of this circular space is just a special suit made of adamantium alloy, trapping 5 people. Today is an unusual day for Magneto. Because today he finally caught a little bugs that have been bothering him for decades. Those little bugs that buzzed in his ears like flies, making him upset. In this world where most human governments surrendered to Magneto's rule, Eric Lancher is the king of this world, and no one else dares to challenge his authority. Except for these guys in front of Magneto. The former Iron Man, now the disabled Tony Stark with broken legs. His Iron Legion caused him a lot of trouble when the war just started, but in the end he was defeated one by one. There is also Spider-Man, who used to fly around the city as an intelligent spy and thief. This old guy is now too old to perform various difficult dodges. He is now too old to dodge bullets. Both of his thighs were pierced by bullets, making him unable to move. Then there are the remnants of SHIELD, the strongest resistance force of ordinary people. Agent Hawkeye Barton. He used assassination and long-range sniping to kill many high-ranking members of the Brotherhood of Mutants. But since he lost an eye, his ability has begun to decline. Then let me see who it is. It is Nightcrawler, the most annoying guy among them. He can always persuade various forces with his mouth. He has united their scattered resistance forces countless times and let them unite to fight against Magneto together. This is the most annoying guy here. If it weren't for him, this war would not have lasted for 50 years. Oh, and there is one last old friend of mine. Professor X, Charles Xavier. I have proved with my own actions that the only way out for mutants is resistance, and I have succeeded. But this old guy is still conservative and doesn't want to join his organization. He also uses his influence to constantly pull up various forces that are against him. Since then, Magneto's friendship with Charles has ended. Magneto looked at the guys who were captured in front of him with satisfaction. Yes, they are the old guys who want to launch a final charge before they die and fulfill their hero's final glory. How could Magneto, who was observing the scene through the monitor, let them do so as they wished? Why should he fulfill the reputation and glory of his enemy? Magneto is not a kind-hearted person. Only by completely crushing a person from beginning to end, and completely crushing him from spirit to body, is Eric's attitude. Look, who are these? My old friends? We have been dealing with each other for more than 50 years, and some people may have been dealing with each other for more than that time. See how my old friends ended up like this. Magneto looked at the captured old heroes with a mocking look. His eyes, his tone, his actions and behaviors were all mocking these old guys. Laughing at their ignorance of the times and stubbornness. I know, it's because they are fighting against the great Magneto. They don't recognize the key link in the evolution of species. That is the survival of the fittest. Magneto said loudly, waving his arms vigorously and looking majestic. Just like Homo sapiens wiped out Neanderthals, it is inevitable that mutants will replace ordinary people and become the mainstream of evolution. But some people want to ignore the trend of history and want to go against the trend. Magneto looked at everyone fiercely, and he looked like an old vulture. He suddenly shouted loudly, "Stupid! Stupid!" Everyone, including Nightcrawler, ignored Magneto's shouting. At this age, these old guys have long known that there is no need to get angry and argue about some things. It is better to spend the energy to quarrel with Magneto on breathing. The battle with the elite 1st Battalion left everyone injured, and every breath was accompanied by severe pain. Of course, although the tiger is old, its claws are still sharp. When capturing these old guys alive, the elite 1st Battalion also suffered heavy losses. Nightcrawler and others killed many of Magneto's elites. This made them feel that they had made up their minds. Anyway, They were already so old, and they had already taken life and death very seriously. Even if Magneto was going to announce that they would be executed in the most cruel way, they would not even bat an eyelid, as they had already guessed the result. Eric was a little dissatisfied with their behavior of treating Magneto as heir. He did not capture these people to make them ignore him. Magneto pressed a button on the wall, and at the other end of the circular space, a lift brought up a person that Nightcrawler and others were very familiar with. Wolverine Logan, whose whole body was tied up with adamantium torture instruments. They had not seen Logan for a long time, at least more than 20 years. They had not seen Logan since they separated in the last battle of cooperation. This time, the comrades in arms reunited after many years. Especially Charles shouted to Logan with some excitement, "Logan! I thought I would never see you again." The others also looked at Logan with some excitement, but now everyone was a prisoner. This is really not a good place to reminisce. Magneto looked at the excited people and said with a sneer, "You feel happy to see your old comrades, right? But you can never imagine who led my people to find your nest. Your last base was completely destroyed. Are you right, Wolverine?" Magneto's mocking look made Logan furious. It was him, Wolverine Logan, who took Red Tank to the Gobi Desert in Mexico and found the last resistance base. It was him who watched Red Tank order the missiles to bomb the base. It was him who watched those well-equipped mutant warriors use various advanced weapons to massacre ordinary people in the resistance base who had no time to react. All this is because of him, Wolverine Logan. Anger and self-blame were like the most violent poison gnawing at Logan's heart, and the emotion of regret spread in his mind. He was powerless to resist this terrible negative emotion, because his choice would completely destroy the lives of his last old friends. Why? The only thing Logan could do was to question Magneto. His reaction also aroused doubts from others. Living to this age, these old heroes have seen many conspiracies and tricks, and they have already guessed the general things in their minds. Hearing Logan's doubts, Magneto just smiled lightly and clapped his hands. The originally closed grills on the second floor of the circular building were all open one by one, revealing the large floor-to-ceiling glass inside the grills. For what? To let the world know what the fate of resisting Magneto is. Magneto pointed to the second floor of the circular building. There are many cameras there, which seem to be broadcasting live to the world. In addition to cameras and journalists, there are many other mutants in suits and leather shoes. They look like gentlemen and ladies. But what they say and do is not as gentlemanly as their appearance. These people are all from the Hellfire Club. They are the top class of mutants. Someone on the second floor shouted to Magneto, "White King, you said you would bring exciting performances to the world? We can't wait." This question caused cheers from other members of the Hellfire Club. They couldn't wait to see the exciting performance that Magneto promised before. Magneto waved his hand to signal the mutants upstairs to be quiet. He smiled and said to Logan, "Look, are these reasons enough? Logan, I will give you the last choice now. Whether to save your grandchildren or to make other choices depends on your decision." Magneto waved his hand and untied the adamantium chain tied to Logan. For Magneto, Wolverine is probably the easiest mutant to deal with. His adamantium skeleton is a tricky problem for other opponents, but for Magneto, all metals are toys that he can roll and flatten. Wolverine was like a toy in his hand and flew in front of the Nightwalkers. Magneto said, "Logan, you have two choices. Kill the people in front of you. Or I will kill you and them after I kill your grandson and granddaughter." As Magneto finished speaking, two young children were pressed to the sidelines by two strong mutants. Guns were pointed at their heads. The young faces were completely terrified. Both boys and girls were sobbing silently. And the granddaughter Lily cried even louder. She shouted desperately, "Grandpa! Grandpa!" The shout was so heartbreaking and touching. It was like the cry of an abandoned deer in the forest looking for its parents. "Why? What are you doing, Magneto?" Logan shouted desperately at Magneto. He had indirectly destroyed the last efforts of his old friends, but Magneto wanted to end the lives of his friends with his own hands at this moment. Magneto ignored Logan's shouting and just started the countdown, 10. As Magneto began to count down, the mutants of the Hellfire Club on the second floor began to shout like a carnival, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" These people are keen on killing and enjoying the pain of others. Before the mutants gained power, they, as the top mutants, did not care about the lives of the lower mutants. They lived a life of debauchery and luxury. When Magneto gained power, These people immediately rushed up and worshipped Magneto as the White King of themselves and others. This group of people is probably the most shameless in the world. Kill them. Hurry up, Wolverine. Otherwise, your little girl's head will explode. Do it. Show us your diamond claws. Hurry up, Logan. I heard that you like killing people very much. Your way of killing is extremely brutal. Show it quickly. The shouting on the second floor came one after another, but Logan did not move. Magneto's countdown continued. 5. The countdown was halfway through, and Logan could already hear the sound of the bolt being pulled, and the bullets were already being loaded. The two children desperately called for their grandfather. Logan was filled with a sense of powerlessness, and an unprecedented sense of guilt filled his heart. And at his darkest moment, Charles' voice came from his mind. Go ahead, Logan, I've already discussed it with them. We are all a group of old guys, and we are about to die. It's a very cost-effective deal to be able to use the lives of a group of old guys like us to exchange for the survival of 2 young lives. Charles tried his best to raise his spirit and invade Wolverine's mind. But Wolverine wanted to respond in his mind, but his body began to move involuntarily. This was Charles forcibly controlling his body. There is no but, Magneto will not let us go today. Don't resist my thoughts, Logan, at least let us die a little more quickly, so that it will be more decent. Charles said so in Logan's mind. He forced Logan's body to move, and the first place he walked to was in front of Hawkeye. Hawkeye, who had lost one eye, smiled at Logan. At least the adamantium is sharp enough when it pierces my heart, so I won't feel much pain. Logan raised his hand tremblingly, and his fist pressed against Hawkeye's heart. Logan wanted to stop all this from happening, but his body didn't listen to him. The professor manipulated Logan's nerves, and he controlled the ejection of the adamantium claws. Puff, the sharp claws pierced Hawkeye's heart, very sharp and fast. Just as Hawkeye thought, he died without feeling much pain. Logan wanted to scream, but he couldn't make any sound. He was now like a bystander watching the professor manipulate his body to do things he didn't want to do. But he still had a sense of his body. He could feel the temperature of the blood in Hawkeye's heart on his hands. The second one came to Nightwalker. Nightcrawler just whispered to him, live well with your children in the future, and don't let Magneto find you again. Puff, the diamond claw pierced the heart again. Compared with Hawkeye, Logan could clearly feel that the muscle density of Nightcrawler's body was a little higher. The puncture was a little more difficult. And because of the keen perception of this subtle feeling, Logan was close to collapse. He personally ended the lives of his companions one by one. The members of the Hellfire Club on the second floor fell into a carnival. Is there anything more exciting than being killed by each other? Magneto was indeed right, he presented a good show for everyone. Hey, although I haven't seen you for so many years, you still look like the same young Logan. Your claws better be a little off, because my heart is not so straight. It was Spider-Man who said this. He greeted the arrival of death with his unique sense of humor. Tony Stark also walked towards death with a smile. At least it's better to die in your hands and be shot to pieces. At least I can have a complete body. If you can help me collect a body, remember to help me put on prosthetic limbs so that I can be buried intact. Losing 2 legs is too ugly. Logan's claws pierced Tony's heart, and Logan was already in tears. He couldn't control his emotions, tears and snot flowed. The old man didn't look so heroic anymore. He was as helpless as an old beggar wandering around on the street. When he walked to Charles, he could finally speak. He shouted in a sad tone, why? Why? Charles reluctantly raised his hand and stroked Logan's old face, and said in a kind and calm tone, because nothing matters. Puff. Professor X, who fought for the peaceful coexistence of mutants and humans all his life, finally died under the claws of his student. Without Charles' control, Logan could finally move freely. He hugged Charles' body and cried. His facial features were twisted and deformed. Tears poured out like a flood. A huge sadness hit him. Logan was no longer the tough guy who would never fall. He couldn't control his snot and saliva while crying. He was like a child who had to rely on the last resort. He hugged Charles' body and cried loudly, shouting, ah! It was like the sad howl of a wolverine returning from hunting in a wolf pack after seeing that all its wolves had died. The wolverine's cry echoed through the valley. Those old friends who died under Logan's claws all had smiles on their faces. Only Logan was left and would live forever with sadness. I indulged in self-harm again today to make sure I could still feel everything. Concentrate all my energy on feeling the pain, which is my only remaining reality. The stinging pain is like an old wound. I tried to expel it all, but I still remember them all in my heart. What is my original appearance, my dearest friend, and everything I knew has disappeared. You are far better than everything I fought for in this dirty world. I am afraid that I will only disappoint you and hurt you. If one day I can start all over again, I will travel all over the world, keep my true self, and continue to search for the path of the soul. Chapter 429, Waking Up from a Dream. Under the Canadian Rockies, the X-Men stood in a row of warning cues far away, keeping watch for Lee G and Logan and his son, not letting anyone disturb them. Ever since Logan and his son were trapped in the mind maze built by the 1,000-year-old building blocks by Lee G in a special way, and used the Xitigarbha statue to build an illusion that belonged only to them in the mind maze, the father and son seemed to be in a state of fixation. Occasionally, Logan's face showed calm, angry, and joyful expressions. But more often, it was an unspeakable sadness. Although he was trapped and fell to the ground powerlessly, he couldn't stop big tears from flowing from his eyes. He curled up his body, like a baby who had just left a mother's womb. He looked so weak and helpless. Many X-Men frowned and showed worried expressions. Blink stood with Jean, and she hugged Jean's arm and asked worriedly, "Is Logan okay?" Jean didn't know what the situation was now. After all, she couldn't check the current situation of Lee G and the others. Lee G now seemed to be trying his best to activate the vision composed of the 1,000-year-old building blocks and the Buddha statue. There was no time to explain anything to others. Kin could only smile reluctantly. It should be no problem. Logan is a tough guy who has never been defeated. Kin didn't know that in this world, it might not take cruel torture and torture to beat a tough guy. The despair from the depths of the soul is the truly terrible thing. Lee Ji used so much force to activate his Buddhist energy this time that he felt that he had reached the critical value. Although there was no clear expression, he had such a feeling in his heart. He felt that Logan and the others were about to come out of the maze of the 1,000-year-old building blocks. Lee Ji made the strongest wave of energy output for Logan's final spiritual cleansing. The Xitigarbha Buddha statue, which originally only emitted a faint light, began to shine brightly at this moment. Everyone knew that Logan and the others were about to come back. As if trapped in a thorny bush. Every time I move slightly, I will be stabbed by those sharp bushes, and my skin will be cut. The flesh under my skin is exposed to the air without protection. Those thorny bushes pierce my body and inject a poison called chaos into my blood. I don't know where it starts and where it ends. I am trapped in this prison called chaos, unable to reincarnate or transcend. Whenever I want to take action, the poison called chaos will corrode my heart. The air is filled with the smell of blood, which is the smell I have been striving for hundreds of years. Only by irrigating this chaotic thorn with the strongest blood can they grow more and more luxuriantly. And I can continue to live in this hell in the way I have long been accustomed to. I don't want to resist anymore. I don't want to crave hope anymore. Because everything seems so powerless. The mess of corpses is my final destination. When the claws pierce the chest of any life, that familiar sound, that familiar smell. I have become accustomed to all this. I have given up praying, when I know that everything is in vain. For hundreds of years, I have struggled desperately hundreds of times. Every time I wanted to be free, this hell would only bind me tighter. I gave up my faith and light. Everything was so familiar. Every time I prayed for a different start, I already knew what the final ending would be. They took on different looks and forms. But they all had the same taste. Chaos, blood, and killing. An indelible nightmare. Exhaustion and boredom wrapped my body. I no longer wanted to think hard, nor did I want to do any useless work. Because I already knew what the ending would be every time. No matter how these things started, they would always end in the same way. Living forever is an unspeakable pain. I ended the lives of my last old friends with my own hands. They died with smiles, transcending everything in this world. And I am still struggling in this dark and boundless hell. I can't see light and hope. I gave up my thoughts and just wanted to fall into this dark hell forever. I am willing to trade my friends and my lover for my eternal hell. I wish them to be able to transcend this world. Even if they are trapped in thorns, even if their bodies are injected with chaotic poison. As long as they are all well, I have nothing to fear. I will continue to live in this dark hell with my sharp claws. Use all my remaining strength to help those who can leave here to transcend it all. Even if the thorn bushes become more and more lush, even if all this may be in vain. I only know one thing. When the darkness comes, I am powerless to resist, even prayers seem useless. My enemies, those beasts who live on blood. I will use your blood to water this thorny hell until they bloom the most beautiful flowers. As red as roses, as hot as roses. I will be the only gardener in the dark hell. I will let this thorn grow all over the hell. Lock you all up, let those bloodthirsty beasts also be trapped in thorns. This is my last destiny in this life. Like a mountain or a sea, it will never change, I swear by my eternity. By James Howlett, John Logan, Wolverine, Wolverine. I swear by every name and every journey I have in my life. I will be trapped in hell forever until this hell is full of beautiful flowers. Logan lay beside a small lake under the Canadian Rockies. His skin felt the cold and hard touch of the wet and cold pebbles. And the smell of lake water and cedar rushed into his nose. Everything was so familiar, everything seemed to have returned to the past. The era before the war began. When the sun shone on him, Logan confirmed that all this was not a dream. His eyes blurred by tears once again saw the people he wanted to see in his dreams. They ran towards him with a smile. If this is the last dream before death, please let me die in this dream. Logan came back from the illusion. He lay on the ground powerlessly. Everything seemed like a dream. He fell asleep tiredly. He came back, a little different, and brought back something different. Maybe everyone hasn't noticed yet, but the current Wolverine is completely different from the original one. At least he knows that his original name is James Howlett. Chapter 430 The Changed Person. It has been quite a while since Logan and his son came back to their senses. No one knows what they experienced in the illusion. And they didn't plan to say anything. But Logan and his son now seem to be much more silent than before. Especially in the few days after they came back to their senses, it was extremely difficult for Logan. The illusion created by Li Ji with 1,000-year-old building blocks and the Buddha statue was so real that it was heartbreaking. He seemed to be able to feel the temperature of the blood on his hands. Zhuang Gong dreamed of a butterfly. Was it me dreaming of a butterfly or the butterfly dreaming of me? Logan has been in this environment where it is difficult to distinguish between illusion and reality, and he has been in a daze for several days. Charles even talked to Li Ji. What's wrong with Logan? He seems a little strange recently. Li Ji himself has never used the Ksitigarbha Buddha statue or a magical instrument similar to the three idiots killing. So this is actually the first time he has used such a thing. All the methods he used were only seen from the notes of other Buddhist practitioners. As for the specific situation, Li Ji could only stammer and say, well, it's just a transition period. This is a normal sequelae reaction. As long as a period of time passes, Logan and the others will be fine. It will be fine after a while. Well, probably. Professor Charles looked at Li Ji with a puzzled look on his face. For the first time, he thought that maybe it was a mistake for him to ask Logan to seek help from Li Ji. According to what Li Ji said, after a period of time, Logan seemed to have improved a little. He was no longer absent-minded like in the past few days. In the past few days, he didn't speak, but just kept looking at everyone warily. He didn't even eat with everyone, but ran to the lake under the Rocky Mountains to fish and barbecue. And today Logan finally agreed to have breakfast with everyone. This should be good news for everyone. When Storm, who was responsible for cooking breakfast, saw Logan walk into the restaurant, she was obviously surprised. But she soon became happy and said, Logan, aren't you going out to fish today? What do you want for breakfast? Storm asked with a friendly smile holding a spatula. The other X-Men who were already eating breakfast in the restaurant also focused their attention on him. They were all looking at Logan. Logan ignored everyone's gazes and said in a hoarse voice, I want to eat scrambled eggs. Okay. Wait a minute, Logan, I'll be right there. Storm began to prepare Logan's scrambled eggs. The atmosphere in the restaurant was strangely quiet, and everyone even stopped eating breakfast. They all looked at Logan with their eyes fixed. The only sound was the sound of Storm cooking for Logan's scrambled eggs. Fortunately, this strange silence did not last long, and Storm had brought the scrambled eggs that Logan wanted and placed them in front of him. Logan, your scrambled eggs. Storm also placed a spoon in front of Logan. Logan picked up the spoon and ate the scrambled eggs, one bite or two. The warm and soft eggs were just the right saltiness, and you could taste the unique aroma of eggs. Logan ate the scrambled eggs in big mouthfuls, and they were very fragrant. Everyone watched Logan eat the scrambled eggs. Logan lowered his head and ate the scrambled eggs in big mouthfuls, but his body suddenly began to tremble, like an uncontrollable muscle spasm. Logan, Are you okay? Storm noticed Logan's abnormality, and she couldn't help but patted Logan on the back. She was the person closest to Logan, and she found that something was wrong with Logan. Logan was not convulsing, he was crying? Exclamation mark. Oh my god. Storm swore that she had never seen Logan cry in all the time she knew him. Not once. She had never even seen his weak expression. Logan lowered his voice and said, "I'm fine, it's just that this scrambled egg is so delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious scrambled eggs for a long time." Logan, it's not been long. You just haven't eaten with us in the past few days. Kin immediately corrected Logan's tax law. Because Li Ji had said before that Logan's abnormality in recent times was mostly because he had not yet completely distinguished between illusion and reality. Everyone should help him understand that where he is now is reality. Logan raised his head after listening to Kin's words, and everyone could see that his eyes were a little red, but there were no tears. I don't know if he didn't cry or he was forcibly suppressed. Logan ate a spoonful of scrambled eggs and said to Storm, "This is really the best scrambled eggs I have ever eaten. I haven't eaten such delicious food for decades." It's okay, Logan. If you like, I can make it for you every day in the future." Storm gently patted Logan's back to comfort him. Logan made a move that no one expected and he had never done before. He stood up and gave Storm a hug. He hugged Storm and felt the temperature of Storm's body to make sure she was not an illusion. "It's great that you are still alive." Not only Storm, he hugged every member of the X-Men. Even Scott, who he hated the most before, was no exception. Dude. Don't use so much force, you almost broke my waist." Wolverine's strong hug made Scott a little uncomfortable. "Scott, it's great that you are still alive. You are all still alive. I can still stand here, hear your voices, look at your appearance, and smell your smell. There is nothing better than this." Logan said sincerely. "I apologize to you for all the bad things I did before. As long as you are still alive and real, all this is enough." Scott was originally a little upset because Logan had just hugged their girlfriend Jean, but after hearing what Logan said, he took the initiative to pat Logan on the shoulder. "Don't say so much, Logan, remember forever. You are one of us, and everyone in this big family is an important family member of ours." In view of the fact that Logan and his son have not been very emotional for a while, Li Ji's subsequent training plan for him has not yet begun. However, Logan and his son seem to have been greatly touched by what they experienced in the fantasy China. The two of them are indeed much less impulsive and irritable, and the aura of violent killing is indeed much less. Especially Logan is much deeper and wiser. This is a good thing in all aspects. The professor also agreed with Li Ji's words that Logan and his friends should return to their lives in the near future, and then do follow-up training. While waiting for Logan to recover, Tony sent a message: "Everyone prepare for the long journey. This time we are going to Venus for an outing." Chapter 431, The Star of Enlightenment. Since Li Ji brought back the space ring made by Master Ancient One from Kamartaki last time, Tony began to test the stability of the space ring. After several tests, the practicality of this prop has been confirmed. Now he has built a portal in the immortal city ruins of the Holy Shield Brotherhood in Rome. It can be directly teleported from the Earth to Venus. Each teleportation is powered by the arc reactor. It must be said that this method of transmission is indeed very convenient. It does not require the use of solid fuel rockets or Tony's arc spacecraft. Because using any aircraft to pass through the atmosphere is too easy to be detected by other countries at today's technological level. This is contrary to the Illuminati's philosophy of working underground and not being open to the public. The use of the space teleportation gate can avoid all this very well. You only need to open a space gate in the immortal city underground in Rome, and then the Earth and Venus are only one step away. The high efficiency and speed are far better than any flying equipment known to mankind. However, the only disadvantage of the space gate is that it consumes a lot of energy. To build a space gate from Earth to Venus, each opening consumes the energy in several large arc reactors. And the value of an arc reactor is quite high. Only Tony is the inventor of this technology, and he can improve this energy in various ways, so the construction of the space gate between Venus and Earth can be operated normally. If it were someone else, the cost of opening the portal each time would be enough to scare others away. But even so, Tony's personal property is shrinking rapidly. At present, the Venus base has only been opened, and his personal property has lost $1.5 billion. Before the entire Venus base can reach a self-sufficient state, at least $10 billion of additional funds must be invested. If you want to make the entire Venus base truly large-scale and meet Li Ji's expectations, then you need to accelerate investment. And that is a lot of money, which is likely to directly empty Tony's personal property, even if he is the world's top rich man. It can be said that interstellar voyage projects are really not something that private individuals can afford. And this is even so expensive even though Li Ji helped everyone cheat through the magician of Kamartaki. If Li Ji hadn't proposed to make a series of cosmeceutical products such as hair growth water and scar repair liquid, and put these highly effective cosmeceutical products on the market to make money. If Tony Stark wanted to play with the Venus project, he would really have to go bankrupt. And now in the immortal city of Rome, Tony said to the other members of the Illuminati with a rosy face and a radiant spirit, "Everyone, put on your equipment. The first phase of our Venus base project has been completed. Now we will set foot on a planet that has never been explored by our predecessors. Venus." Since it was confirmed that there was no problem with this space ring made by the ancient magician of Kamartaki, Tony began to work overtime to build the Venus base. Various materials were continuously transported from the space gate of the immortal city to Venus. And the construction workers at the Venus base were all the steel legions specially designed by Tony for construction engineering. Because these steel legions did not need to participate in the battle. So basically Tony could dismantle all the most expensive fire control systems and combat components in the steel legions. And there is no need to use expensive combat armor such as gold titanium alloy armor or adamantium and secondary adamantium alloy armor. The most expensive material used to manufacture this batch of steel construction core is titanium alloy material, and many non-critical parts are made of general corrosion-resistant and heat-resistant materials, and then coated with a layer of titanium alloy coating on the outside to reduce the budget. This has sharply reduced the cost of the entire steel construction core. But even so, the total cost of this steel construction core of more than 50 units has exceeded $500 million. However, it is precisely because of the investment in this construction core that Tony Skeeta can remotely control the Venus steel core through Jarvis on Earth. This group of Iron Men work tirelessly, and their efficiency is equivalent to that of an ordinary human engineering team of thousands of people. And today, Tony can notify everyone to go to Venus for tourism and inspection, which is entirely due to this group of powerful steel engineering teams. The surface temperature of Venus is about 450 degrees Celsius, and there are all kinds of toxic and harmful substances in the atmosphere, but there is no oxygen. The high temperature in the sun and the ultra-low temperature at night are the problems we must resolutely deal with. Tony said these words in the immortal city, wearing an iron armor. Now that the first phase of the Venus base is completed, we can go and see our new base. But before going, I have tailored a set of armor for everyone. The environment on Venus is not suitable for ordinary people like us to survive. Tony took Li Ji and others to a dressing table next to the space gate. A large number of mechanical arms holding various armor parts are still in place. They will be responsible for Li Ji and others to wear armor suitable for survival on Venus with a life support system. Come on, everyone. Go up to the platform and change into our travel equipment. Let's go to Venus. Tony was as excited as a child who is about to travel far away. Li Ji and others looked at Tony, who walked up to the dressing table and put on a full set of Venus-specific armor. Tony has already activated the space gate. The blue space door opened. One end is the Earth, the other end is Venus. This moment will be the first time that humans will leave footprints on other alien planets besides the Moon. Venus, the second closest planet to the Sun in the solar system. The atmospheric pressure of this planet is 90 times that of the Earth, equivalent to the pressure of the 900-meter deep sea on Earth. The broken atmosphere, the extremely high surface temperature, and the occasional sulfuric acid rain. Human civilization has never regarded this planet closest to the Earth as a target for alien colonization. Except for a few astronomers who are a little curious about this planet, basically no scientists and governments will turn their attention to this barren land. Today, a building complex built by an Earth civilization on Venus began to rise from the ground. A small gray house began to appear on the surface of Venus. And these small gray houses are just the tip of the iceberg of the entire Venus base. They are just the entrance. More secrets are hidden under the surface of Venus. The busy steel engineering teams began to build traces of civilization for this lifeless planet with materials from the Earth. Li Ji wore armor and passed through the space gate, setting foot on the land of Venus for the first time. The sky above his head was the atmosphere of Venus, composed of carbon dioxide. As far as the eye can see, the surface of Venus presents an extremely desolate feeling. This is a planet without water, and 70% of the surface is plains. Your eyes can see very far, all the way to where the horizon disappears. Li Ji bent down and grabbed a handful of sands from the land of Venus. After careful observation, he threw the rusty red sands into the air. Venus, the planet called the Morning Star by humans, will become the most important base of the Illuminati. Morning Star, this will be the place where everything begins. Li Ji clenched his fists and strode towards the Venus base. There will be more updates today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432: A Small Gift. When Tony was building the Venus base, he had already conducted a considerable investigation of the surrounding area. Various address equipment was used to conduct a detailed investigation within a radius of 50 kilometers. It was determined that the surrounding geology was suitable for building this base. The person who assisted him in completing this task was Dr. Beast Hank. After all, Tony also had a lot of things to do on Earth. He couldn't hide on Venus without showing up every day. If he didn't show up often, I'm afraid Pepper would go crazy looking for him everywhere. So besides Tony, Hank was the one who made the most effort in the Venus base. There was no other way. Because Professor Charles had difficulty walking, and Li Ji and Captain Rogers were almost illiterate in front of Tony and Hank's various scientific data. So professional things can only be left to professionals. There are many mining areas within a radius of 50 kilometers. This is the main reason why Tony and Hank chose to locate the base here. The first is that we can't always rely on the Earth to transport raw materials in the future. This will not only consume a lot of money, but also attract attention over time. The second is because Li Ji's subsequent plan requires a large amount of various materials. If all these materials were collected on Earth, it would probably destroy the entire Earth's ecology. For Li Ji and Tony, Earth is an irreplaceable and important planet, and destroying the region is not advisable. They can only transform Venus directly into a large mine and construction base. As for building most of the buildings underground, it is because Venus will have acid rain from time to time, and this acid rain is very corrosive. If too many buildings are built on the surface, it will be necessary to do a lot of preparation processes to prevent acid rain from damaging the base. And this will be a very huge expense. Before the Shuguang company can make huge profits, the current funds are all from Tony's personal pocket. Tony can't be allowed to bear such a huge financial pressure all the time. Under the design of Tony and Hank, the entire Venus base actually does not have many surface buildings. There are only a few inconspicuous small houses. Through these small houses that have been specially treated with antiseptic treatment, you will come to a semi-underground open activity layer. This will be the preparation layer of the entire base. There are currently a large number of building materials piled here. After the entire base is completed, this will be used as an entrance and apron. The second floor is the best built place so far. It is mainly used as a meeting and living leisure area for the members of the Illuminati. With Tony's personality, he is even preparing to build a swimming pool and a garden planted with artificial light here to adjust the atmosphere, so as not to feel that Venus is lifeless. The third floor is the equipment layer, which provides the life support system and energy supply system of the entire base. There is also a backup database of the intelligent AI Jarvis. In this way, Jarvis can help the members of the Illuminati to handle various complex calculations and data flows on Venus. Even Li Ji and Captain Rogers, who are not very clear about some complex sciences, can instantly master and learn various facilities in this high-tech base through Jarvis. The fourth floor is an intelligent manufacturing factory. There is also a similar factory in Tony's home, which is used to manufacture steel armor. He can create a huge steel army in a short time entirely because of this fully automatic factory work. He only needs to enter the corresponding command parameters and some key data, and Jarvis will manage the entire factory fully automatically, relying on mechanical arms and other intelligent robots to help Tony manufacture various high-tech equipment in a short time. The intelligent manufacturing factory in the Venus base is much larger than the manufacturing factory under Tony's villa in Los Angeles, because some incredible large equipment will be made here in the future. It is not as simple as a few steel armors. The fourth floor is still under construction. In addition to the infrastructure, other things are still working overtime to rush to manufacture. If this factory is also completed, it will help produce other steel engineering mechas as soon as possible. However, considering that the remaining mechas do not need to work on the surface of Venus, the design standards can be appropriately lowered. This will ease the pressure on funds and raw materials. In addition to the Venus base that is still under construction, another more important place on Venus is the mine on Venus. It can be said that this is the most important reason why Tony and Leiji chose to build a base on a planet outside the Earth. They need a huge amount of mineral deposits. In addition to some mineral deposits that have been discovered and mined within a radius of 50 kilometers. Tony also made a large number of intermediate molecular detectors, allowing these little things to begin scanning and exploring the surface of Venus one by one. If Tony did this on Earth, he would probably be arrested by the governments of various countries. Because who knows what shameful things the governments of various countries have hidden underground. But on Venus, there is no such concern. Tony can use the neutral molecule detector to scan the location of the mining area on Venus. Mining on Venus can be simpler and more brutal, because there is no need to consider the ecological environment, and there is no need to pay taxes to the government. Just be careful not to damage the cracks in the bottom crust and mantle of Venus. Tony led Leiji, Rogers and Professor Charles to introduce the situation of the Venus base while walking. As for Hank, Tony did not need to introduce the situation. After all, he was an important participant. It can be said that if an alien invasion occurs, the Venus base will become the second insurance for mankind. We can even be more arrogant and say that this will be the most important strategic base for mankind when facing alien crises. Tony led everyone to the meeting room of the Venus base. The furnishings of the conference room are similar to those of common conference rooms on Earth. There is not much difference. It seems that this is designed to meet everyone's usage habits. Everyone sat down at the round conference table. Tony continued to explain the Venus base. We will set up the initial armament here. Various weapons that may be equipped. Do we really not need to say hello to the government? Captain Rogers crossed his arms and said hesitantly. After all, what the Illuminati has to do now is to form its own armed forces outside the Earth. One person is smart, but a group of people is stupid. Leiji said to Captain Rogers on behalf of Tony, Captain, I believe you should not have forgotten the panic caused by the radio drama World War in 1938 in the United States. Note, and isn't a big reason why we gather together because we don't trust politicians? We are afraid that they will use various methods to turn things that should have been important into things that they seek personal gain for themselves. This kind of thing, Captain, you should have seen it repeatedly. Rogers has indeed seen it many times, so he didn't speak out against it in the end. Just now, he mentioned the government just out of habit. After the 5-member team of the Illuminati roughly browsed the construction progress of the Venus base, and determined that the Illuminati will lead mankind to fight against various alien invasions as its main goal in the future. The Illuminati's short trip to Venus came to an end. When Tony sent everyone back one by one, Leiji deliberately stayed until the end. He had something to say to Tony. Tony also cooperated with Leiji tacitly until the last person was sent away. Tony turned his head and looked at Leiji. What crazy plan do you want to talk about? Leiji said with a smile. This time it's not a crazy plan, but a small gift for you. Leiji took out a large stack of mobile hard drives from his space belt. They were all 2 terabytes of memory space. Tony looked at the pile of hard drives that Leiji took out and raised his eyebrows. What are these? Are you trying to tell me that you know that I have been under strict control of Pepper recently, so you gave me more than 10 terabytes of seeds? No. What are you thinking? I have no interest in your private life. Leiji waved his hand. This is a real gift, for you and for all of us on Earth. This is a must-have for us to travel the Sea of Stars. Leiji's expression was very serious, and he spoke word by word, because this is the blueprint for the construction of an entire interstellar fleet. Note, in 1938, the Columbia Broadcasting Company in the United States broadcast the science fiction novel World War, and because of the frequency band problem, it jumped into the news broadcast band at that time. So the listeners who are listening to the news broadcast across the United States heard the following news: aliens have captured Washington, and they are heading towards the East Coast. This is a news clip from a novel, but it was thought to be real news by radio listeners across the United States. So countless American people rushed out of their homes, carrying everything they could take away and heading towards the West Coast. They were fleeing the East Coast. This is also one of the most famous fake news events in history. Chapter 433, The Prototype of Starfleet. Tony said that Lee G sent him a dozen TB of hard drive seeds, but he actually underestimated how many hard drives Lee G had installed. Lee G kept taking out new hard drives from his space belt. In the end, he took out nearly 30 mobile hard drives, which looked very many when spread on the conference table in the meeting room. The smallest mobile hard drive here has a capacity of 2 terabytes, and most of them are 8 terabytes. And Tony, you were wrong just now. It's not a gift of more than 10 terabytes. The total amount of data brought to you here is 225 terabytes. Lee G pointed to the hard drives that were almost piled up like a mountain and said, since Lee G opened a social platform, especially after the video I Am For Everyone, Everyone Is For Me he made to support Spider-Man became a global viral video, his reputation began to grow wildly. Relying on this video, Lee G ushered in a wave of reputation explosion. Lee G had figured out the requirements for reputation before. Reputation is not as simple as fame. It doesn't mean that you can gain reputation by letting everyone know you. Instead, you can only gain reputation when enough people agree with you. If the other party does not agree with your views and practices, then even if they know your deeds, they will still not provide you with reputation. Lee G had already figured out these things during the vampire incident. In this globally circulated video I Am For Everyone, Everyone Is For Me, Lee G used his special means of expression to break the barriers between heroes and mortals, humanity and divinity. This move is undoubtedly recognized by ordinary people around the world. Because they are all mortals. Although the protagonist of the video is Spider-Man, the speech of Nightcrawler at the end of the entire video is also quite elegant. Now that the popularity of the video has passed, Lee G's reputation income has once again returned to calm. However, the previous wave of craze brought him nearly 1.8 million reputation points. Combined with the reputation points of other previous events, comic promotions, etc., Lee G has collected more than 2 million reputation points. Is more than 2 million reputation points a lot? A lot, at least it seems so. But if you really want to exchange what you want from the system, Lee G found that it is still not enough. When holding the Thunderblade and forcibly raising his strength to the B+ level, Lee G can unlock more things. And at this level, there are some things that Lee G needs in his plan. Nighthawk class early warning detection aircraft, B-level evaluation. With medium armor and stable cruising speed. Possessing special reconnaissance capabilities. The Nighthawk class detector can detect various units, including units using stealth devices. It carries basic attack missiles to attack flying targets. It can carry 2 fully automatic turrets and drop them from the air to the battlefield. And it comes with a drone hangar that can release 6 small drones. The drone attack method is laser weapons, which can be used for air or ground. The maximum flight speed of this battleship in the atmosphere is 2 Mach, and the flight speed outside the atmosphere is a cruising speed of 22.5 Mach. With a small jump engine, it can perform a star system level jump. This item provides a full set of blueprints for exchange, including armor technology and weapon technology, jump engine, etc. The exchange price is 250,000 reputation points. Note that this is the price of the basic technology version. The price of upgraded technology has increased. There are 3 levels of technology upgrades, and each level has a 30% increase in price. This is one of the things Lee G wants to browse and exchange. That's right, a batch of real interstellar battleships. A full set of detailed blueprints and various technologies. Although it is only a template for basic technology, the price is already very amazing. Lee G doesn't want a Chitauri to come to Earth to fight, but the objective reality will not be shaken by personal subjective will. So all Lee G can do is to make more preparations. A space war between stars looks much better to Lee G than a land war on Earth that has beaten the Earth to pieces. He had this idea when he was constantly in contact with Tony. He wants to completely change those things, whether it is the Battle of New York or the inexplicable Civil War. These things have already previewed the bad results in the movie, and Lee G doesn't expect to experience it again as a witness. Lee G believed in the genius brains of Tony and Hank. As long as he could provide the blueprints, the two of them would probably be able to make something. He did not choose to let Tony and Hank design and build the interstellar battleship by themselves. Although Lee Ji believed that they could do it. But how long would it take for them to be able to do all this? Although Tony was still a genius arms dealer and had designed an Ark spacecraft. But he had never built a real interstellar battleship. From the beginning of the project, to the proposal of the concept, the construction of the prototype, and then repeated experiments and improvements. Even a genius like Tony Stark would not be able to come up with a mature interstellar fleet manufacturing plan without 5 or 6 years or even more than 10 years. So Lee Ji did not plan to wait that long. Who knows when the Chitauri or other aliens will come to Earth? He needs to get a complete and mature interstellar battleship plan faster, so as to give other aliens who want to invade Earth civilization a huge surprise. Of course, relying solely on a Nighthawk-class early warning reconnaissance aircraft cannot perfectly constitute an interstellar fleet. Lee Ji is not holding so many reputation points in his hand for nothing. Banshee-class attack aircraft, B-level rating. It has light armor and fast movement speed. The special shielding position it has mastered allows this type of fighter to fly and attack in a completely invisible state. The weapons used include 4 225mm caliber Gauss electromagnetic cannons, and it can carry 8 Thunderstorm-class tactical nuclear torpedoes and 8 Punisher multi-purpose missiles. The maximum flight speed of this warship in the atmosphere is Mach 3.8, and the interstellar flight speed is a cruising speed of Mach 40. With a small jump engine, it can jump at the level of a star system. This item provides a full set of blueprints for exchange, including armor technology and weapon technology, jump engines, etc. The exchange price is 200,000 reputation points. Note that this is the price of the basic technology version. The price of upgraded technology has increased. The technology upgrade version has 3 levels, and each level has a 30% increase in price. Double Snake class medical transport aircraft, B-level rating. It has heavy armor. At the same time, because all weapons and fire control systems have been abandoned, the weight of the fuselage has been greatly reduced. The Double Snake class medical transport aircraft with high-power thrusters has excellent maneuverability. The ship is equipped with a multi-purpose medical room and a lounge. Up to 8 heavy single-soldier mecha equipment can be transported at a time. The maximum flight speed of this warship in the atmosphere is 3.5 Mach, and the interstellar flight speed is a cruising speed of 30 Mach. With a small jump engine, it can jump at the level of the star system. The exchange price of this warship is the same as that of the Banshee class, which is 200,000 reputation points. Viking class multi-purpose warship, B-level evaluation. It has heavy armor and fast movement speed. The fighter has an unexpected transformation function. It can fly and fight in the sky and the stars, or it can transform into land combat mecha and carry out devastating strikes on land targets. The weapons used include 2 300mm plasma cannons, 4 air, and 4 125mm caliber Gauss electromagnetic cannons, 4 air and ground. The maximum flight speed of this battleship in the atmosphere is 3.8 Mach, and the interstellar flight speed is a cruising speed of 40 Mach. With a medium-sized jump engine, it can jump across the star system level. This item provides a full set of blueprints for exchange, including armor technology and weapon technology, jump engine, etc. The exchange price is 350,000 reputation points. Note that this is the price of the basic technology version. The price of upgraded technology has increased, and there are 3 levels of technology upgrades. Each level has a 30% increase in price. Yamato-class battle cruiser, B+ rating. It has super heavy armor that can directly resist the attack of nuclear torpedoes. Ordinary 300mm caliber Gauss cannons cannot penetrate the first layer of armor at all. The movement speed is slow, and once it enters the atmosphere, the combat speed will drop significantly. The weapons used include a 3000mm caliber superpower plasma main gun, requires energy storage, and 12 300mm caliber plasma cannons, and 36 125mm caliber Gauss electromagnetic close-in defense cannons are equipped throughout the body. The maximum flight speed of this battleship in the atmosphere is 0.7 Mach, and the interstellar flight speed is a cruising speed of 25 Mach. With a large jump engine, it can perform jump movements at the star field level. It is a battleship that truly has the ability to travel in the interstellar. This item provides a full set of blueprints for exchange, including armor technology and weapon technology, jump engines, etc. The exchange price is 1 million reputation points. Note that this is the price of the basic technology version. The price of upgraded technology has increased, and there are 3 levels of technology upgrades. Each level has a 30% increase in price. The above is the full picture of the entire interstellar fleet that Li Ji exchanged, including attack aircraft, interceptors, medical transport aircraft, reconnaissance early warning aircraft, and the last and most expensive, as a battle cruiser with a decisive effect on the front battlefield. This is also the highest level of interstellar battleship that Li Ji can exchange. The technological upgrade versions of these battleships are all rated as A-level props, and Li Ji has no way to unlock them now. Even if he unlocks them, Li Ji does not have the reputation to buy them. This is a truly complete fleet. Warships of various attributes are already available. This is information that cannot be obtained by any government. The Venus base must be kept in absolute confidentiality. Li Ji patted the hard drives and said to Tony. Tony listened to everything Li Ji said, including the introduction of the warship's performance. For the first time, he felt a little nervous and his throat was a little dry. The guy in front of him was serious. He was not joking. He had even started to prepare the information for an interstellar war. Tony swallowed his saliva and looked at the hundreds of TB of hard drive information in front of him. If any of the warship technology in it fell into the hands of the Earth government, it would immediately cause an imbalance in the entire Earth's military power. He understood why Nightwalker repeatedly emphasized that these data could not be circulated. And Jarvis at the Venus base had to be disconnected from the Earth. Because once these data were leaked out and caused an imbalance in the Earth's military power, the result could be imagined. This world has never lacked ambitious people. There are always a few madmen who rely on super strong military power to unify the world. The Earth is very fragile, and it cannot withstand the repeated torture of humans. Tony understood the importance of what Li Ji said. Although he had not seen the information yet, he subconsciously believed that he could use it to create the first interstellar fleet in human history and win the first interstellar war. But before that, Tony Stark still had a little confusion. To be honest, where did you get these things? It is impossible for anyone on Earth to make these things. Before us, humans have never left the Earth to create colonies and interstellar civilizations. Tony said this truth. The Venus base should be considered the first interstellar colony of mankind. After all, the moon is just a satellite, not a planet. Li Ji smiled. He knew that Tony would definitely have this question. He took out so many things with questionable origins. It would be a miracle if Tony didn't doubt it. Tony Stark has always been an insecure guy. Li Ji placed the statue of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva on the table and said softly, I can tell you a great secret and explain all your doubts. But at the same time, I ask you to make an unbreakable oath to me. Do not spread this secret. Tony swallowed his saliva, looked at the statue of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva, and then looked at Li Ji. He felt as if he was standing in front of a huge and mysterious door. As long as he gently pushed the door open at this time, a secret would be exposed in front of his eyes. Tony was hesitant. He didn't know whether he should agree to Li Ji's conditions. But he wanted to know something unknown. This feeling was like being crawled by thousands of reptiles. Chapter 434 A Big Secret. Swear on this statue? Why do I feel like you have some conspiracy here? Although Tony really wanted to know the secret that Li Ji said, he was still somewhat resistant to the oath that Li Ji mentioned. Li Ji shrugged, it's up to you. When have I ever cheated you? If you don't want to swear, I won't force you. Tony felt that he couldn't believe what Li Ji said at all. You haven't cheated me? Who asked me to sell hair growth water? Do you know what the media outside say about me every day now? Tony got angry when he mentioned this matter. He is a person who pays great attention to his personal image. It can be seen from the fact that after his first naked streaking incident in New York, he spent tens of millions of dollars to acquire a wave of meaningless small video websites. Those small video websites just put his naked streaking video on the front page. What's the big deal? Li Ji thought so carelessly. Believe it or not, if you don't want to know, then don't ask me where these things come from in the future. These technical drawings are real and usable. You don't need to care so much. Li Ji said as he wanted to put away the statue of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva and leave here. At this moment, Tony called Li Ji. Wait a minute. Tony confirmed again with a complicated expression. Do you really want to swear? Li Ji nodded. Okay. You have to make sure that there is nothing wrong with this oath. Tony finally compromised with Li Ji. He really wanted to know where Li Ji got these things from. Because these things were obviously made by a high-tech civilization similar to Earth civilization, or similar to human civilization. Could it be that the Nightwalker is actually an alien from Earth civilization? Tony was itching to do it by his own speculation. Li Ji ignored Tony's speculation. He just took out the statue of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Let Tony put his hand on the statue. This is another skill that Li Ji mastered by browsing the notes of Kamrte Buddhist practitioners. Relying on Buddhist instruments to restrain the mind and make a mental oath to make people abide by the oath. This oath cannot violate the basic morality of human nature. And Li Ji added to this mental oath, not only using the statue of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, but also using his own 1,000-year-old building blocks. Li Ji urged his energy to let the Millennium Block and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's energy make a vow for Tony's heart, vowing that he would not tell anyone what he heard today. Okay, now I've sworn. Tony made the vow according to what Li Ji said and asked, "Can I tell it now?" Li Ji smiled and said, "This is a very complicated story, Tony. It starts with another race." Tony's throat moved. Could it be that Nightwalker is really an alien? If he is really an alien, how should I face him? Is he good or bad? Is he an alien or an A? Tony's mind was in a mess. "Tony, do you remember the Asgard I told you about?" Li Ji used Asgard as an introduction at the beginning of his words, and Tony listened carefully. "In fact, my family is currently fostering a prince from Asgard. A salted fish called Thor. He was sent to the lower world by his father Odin to learn humility." Li Ji said this, and what he said surprised Tony a little. Tony had never thought that Li Ji would have such a good relationship with an extraterrestrial civilization, and even help them discipline the prince. Well, the thing Tony thought of in his mind about disciplining the prince was something similar to the upbringing courses for European nobles. He probably couldn't guess what the discipline and foster care that Li Ji was talking about really looked like. There are many complicated things here. For various reasons, this man named Thor should have inherited the throne of Asgard. It's just that he is not a suitable king yet. Li Ji continued in a serious tone. And there is a second prince in Asgard, who is more outstanding and wise. He can lead the army to victory and manage the country well, so. Before Li Ji finished speaking, Tony helped him say, "So this second prince began to covet the throne, because in fact he is more suitable to be the king. It's just because of the issue of succession that he has never had a chance, right?" Tony frowned. This kind of thing is very common in any civilization in the world. It also happens frequently on Earth, so he is not surprised at all. Li Ji nodded, "Yes, that's right. In fact, I have a better relationship with the second prince. I also support him to ascend the throne of Asgard. As for Asgard and I, it was actually through the introduction of the Ancient One that we got to know each other. And Asgard is a race that prioritizes magical civilization. They have been fighting in the universe for many years. They have quite a lot of spoils, including some extinct civilizations similar to the Earth. I think you should already know what I want to say." Tony already had an idea in his mind. "So what you mean is, in exchange for supporting the second prince to ascend the throne and keeping the eldest prince on Earth, you exchanged them for the useless scientific and technological civilization information, right?" Tony thought about it and he felt that this reason was still plausible. Compared with the throne, some useless information is really insignificant. Li Ji nodded and shook his head. His performance made Tony a little confused. "Did I guess wrong?" Li Ji smiled and said, "Half and half. What I am going to say now is the real point. You can't tell all this to others, and you can't even verify it. You have to promise all this in your oath." Tony thought about it and nodded. Li Ji sat down next to the conference table and tapped the table lightly and said, "In fact, our future plans, including the introduction of dark elves, are all dependent on the help of the second prince to be implemented. So before some things are achieved, I hope you have some control and measure, Tony. Some things can't be said even if you are drunk." Tony shook his head. "I have quit drinking a long time ago. Now I just drink some aperitifs before meals." Li Ji nodded, "Because this is a secret. In fact, the second prince of Asgard is actually a daughter. She is actually a princess." "Huh? This reversal is a bit big." Tony's brain is a bit confused. Li Ji ignored Tony's confused expression, and suddenly released an even more explosive news, "And the second princess of Asgard has fallen in love with me." Li Ji said shamelessly, and face did not exist for him. And Tony was completely confused by what Li Ji said. What kind of super development is this? Exclamation mark. An alien princess falls in love with an Earth boy, and then helps the Earth rise? Exclamation mark. Will anyone believe this story? Exclamation mark. Tony asked himself, well, I believe it. P.S. Someone mentioned the issue of Mark before, and I am very grateful for the advice from the book friends. My original intention was to write Mach as a speed unit, about 1000 kilometers per hour is 1 Mach, without considering the problem of the universe. Everyone should just treat it as a general speed unit. Because there is currently no editor in charge of this book, I have no right to modify the published chapters of this book. Chapter 435, Superheroes Thick-Skin. Do you want to ask me if I believe in the bloody story that the alien princess falls in love with a guy from Earth and then helps him to make the Earth rise? The answer is clear, I believe it. Because this world often has all kinds of unexpected craziness. Many times, things that seem rational and logical are actually the self-righteous answers that others mislead your thinking. Tony Stark has experienced these things and has experienced them many times. Many times, sometimes the truth of things is so shocking and so incredible. It even feels like a dream. Although what Lee Ji said is like nonsense, it makes people feel that all he said can only be explained by such absurd stories. Otherwise, where did he get these technological drawings? And in another aspect, Tony himself is a very narcissistic person. In his character, he always believes that there is no woman he cannot conquer. In a way, Tony subconsciously thinks that if there is really an alien princess who is conquered by the guy from Earth and falls in love with him, this is something to be proud of, especially as an Earthling. He also feels proud of it. Because he can say, look, the princess of the Asgard Proteus fell in love with my people and my good friend. This is something he can brag about for the rest of his life. So Tony suddenly laughed out loud. He grabbed Lee Ji's shoulder and said with a smile, are you serious? The second prince of Asgard is a girl. Lee Ji nodded, yes, she showed her true self in front of me. So I am sure of this. Tony continued to ask, did she really fall in love with you? Lee Ji did not speak either. He took Tony to the surface of Venus. Lee Ji pulled out the Thunder Blade. For the first time he did not suppress the power of this quasi-artifact. The violent power of thunder was released at this moment, and the lightning flashed across the sky. The magnetic field around Lee Ji began to be seriously distorted and deformed. You must know that Venus is a planet without a magnetic field or a very weak magnetic field. A quasi-artifact Thunder Blade exerted a certain magnetic field on a certain range of this planet within a certain period of time. You can imagine how powerful this weapon is. Lee Ji felt that the demonstration was almost over, so he put away the Thunder Blade. He shrugged and said, look, this is the weapon she gave me. A quasi-artifact level war blade that is infinitely close to the artifact level. Wow! Tony exclaimed at the energy fluctuations just displayed by the Thunder Blade, which was greater than the full power output of the arc energy reactor. This blade incorporates the energy of the entire Thunder Pool, and is made of the divine metal Uru. Even the handle that looks like wood is actually made of branches that fell from the world tree. It was made by the best blacksmith of the dwarves, and then engraved with inscriptions by the best wizard of the elves. Lee Ji introduced his Thunder Blade to Tony like a child showing off his toys. Tony listened, nodding and making sounds like a primary school student who was listening to the class obediently. After Lee Ji introduced the performance of the blade, he put it away. Then he put his hand on Tony's shoulder and said in a serious tone, so look, Tony, do you think ordinary people would give such an expensive gift? Even if you are a prince or princess? Tony, who had been nodding just now, shook his head suddenly when he heard Lee Ji's question. Who would be so bored as to give a quasi-artifact away everywhere? Nightwalker just said that the weapon used by the eldest prince of Asgard is not a quasi-artifact. Nightwalker, a guy who has nothing to do with Asgard, if it weren't for the second princess's love for him, how could he use his private library to make a sword that belongs to him alone? It's impossible to think about it. Tony now almost believes the story Lee Ji told. He has already made up a moving story in his mind, about an alien princess who came to Earth and met an upright and kind-hearted Earth boy, doubtful here. Then the boy helped the alien princess adapt to and get familiar with life on Earth. During the time they lived together, the boy didn't know the identity of the alien princess. So the two of them lived together as equals. This novel experience was something the princess, who was high and mighty, had never experienced. Then during the days they lived on Earth, the two had laughter and arguments. Then they were attracted to each other, and fell in love with each other unknowingly. But because of her identity, the alien princess had to leave Earth after all. Just like Princess Anne in Roman Holiday, no matter how happy she was, she had to return to her kingdom. So the alien princess separated from the boy on Earth. But by some strange coincidence, the princess and the boy met again, this time as a superhero and the heir to the kingdom. The boy on Earth knew everything, and he decided to help his lover ascend to the throne of power without hesitation. The alien princess also decided to help the boy on Earth defend his hometown. So she used her private library to create a quasi-artifact, and secretly stole these precious materials from the palace's database. She was even willing to cooperate with the boy's various plans. Such an interstellar love that transcends race and civilization began. This is not just a love between two young people. It was also a great exchange between two civilized races. Tony almost cried when he imagined these scenes. Although Tony Stark is a rigorous scientist, he is actually a thoughtful and very emotional person. He was moved by the great love between Nightwalker and the princess. Question mark? What did Nightwalker say? You were moved? Leiji patted Tony on the shoulder and said seriously, Tony, there are some things you can't say or ask. Because she still wants to ascend the throne of Asgard, if your daughter's identity is known to anyone else, I'm done. Leiji's words were true, but his real meaning was definitely different from what Tony understood. But this did not prevent Tony from assuring Leiji, don't worry, I understand. Tony looked up at the starry sky and sighed. Sometimes, people in high positions can't help themselves. Leiji stood shoulder to shoulder and echoed, yes, yes. Tony patted Leiji on the shoulder, don't worry, buddy, I won't tell anyone about what happened today, and I won't reveal a word to anyone. Even if I meet the second princess of Asgard in the future, I won't reveal any flaws. I won't make your relationship with her awkward. Leiji said with relief, thank you, buddy. But, what should I do with the information? How to explain the origin to others? Tony thought of the Starfleet information on the conference table. Whatever. Just say that you came up with it on a whim. Or return it to the Aegis Brotherhood and say that Newton and his father came up with it, but they just didn't have the opportunity to implement it. Then you made improvements after getting the information. Anyway, we are not familiar with the Aegis Brotherhood, so whatever you say is what it is. Leiji said indifferently. Why do I have to do all these things? Tony was a little depressed. Huh? Leiji said in an incredible tone, isn't this the meaning of Iron Man's existence? Anyway, it's not the first time that Iron Man has taken the blame. You will get used to it after taking it. As a superhero, you not only need superpowers, but also a big heart and a thick skin. Leiji thought so. Thanks to the first leader of this book, Li Wu. Thank you very much. It's almost 1.3 million words, which is not easy. I don't know what to say, I can only say thank you. Chapter 436 Tuvaluku, the Mutant Nation. Katie has been very busy recently, so busy that she has no time to rest properly or sit down to have a quiet meal. Especially after meeting with Roberto, a super rich man in Brazil. On the surface, Roberto is the top rich man in Brazil and the most important big boss among the global raw material suppliers. In addition to these superficial identities, the most important identity is that he is also a mutant. And he is an alpha-level mutant with a very high degree of evolution among mutants. He has super strong flame, more accurately, it should be called atomic fission, ability, nicknamed Sunspot. When Katie looked for his help, this proud young man originally refused. Because compared with ordinary low-level mutants, with the identity of a world-rich man, he will not be discriminated against mutants. But in the end, he was still convinced by Katie's words and agreed to help Katie complete her seemingly incredible plan, to build a country. Yes, super-rich Roberto proposed a bold and more operational plan, which is to buy a country. It sounds a bit ridiculous, right? How can a country be bought and sold at will when it is not a commodity? And which sovereign state would give up its territory? Aren't you afraid of being robbed by future generations? In fact, the real world is sometimes more absurd than novels and movies. It is even more magical. For example, buying and selling countries is feasible in real life. Especially in today's society, due to the large-scale activities of human beings, various greenhouse gases have been emitted, causing the glaciers in the North and South Poles to melt and the sea level to rise. This has caused many coastal countries, especially island countries, to face an embarrassment, that is, the sea is encroaching on their territory. If it is for continental countries, or large island countries such as Donggyang, for these two countries, a few centimeters of sea level rise is not a big deal. But for some small island countries, every centimeter of sea level rise is enough to be frightening. For example, in the Maldives, a world-famous tourist destination, this picturesque island country is facing such a problem. According to the most optimistic estimate, the Maldives will be completely submerged in 2100, and before that in 2070, the country will become unsuitable for human habitation. This is the time of destruction when the national countdown can begin. Most Maldivian citizens will see their country being submerged by the sea and completely disappearing in their lifetime. The president and government of the Maldives have already started the overseas land purchase plan very early. They buy pieces of land from countries willing to sell land, preparing to transfer all citizens out before the sea completely submerges the country. It must be said that the Maldives is still lucky. Although they may be submerged by the sea, at least they still have time, and the most important thing is that they have money. As the most famous tourist destination in the world, the Maldives has accumulated a lot of wealth by relying on the tourism industry. This is the main reason to ensure that they have the financial resources to purchase land overseas and obtain international bank financial loans. Although they are also island countries, not all island countries have the same unique natural conditions as the Maldives. For example, Tuvalu, this little-known small island country. The national area is only 26 square kilometers. The national population is about 11,000 people. The national annual total output value is less than $17 million, and the per capita output value is less than $2,000. This is the fourth smallest country in the world and also the least developed country in the world. The tragedy of Tuvalu is that the country is so small that its speech at the United Nations General Assembly will be directly ignored. The president of the country has called for reducing greenhouse emissions and slowing down the rise of sea levels countless times. But because the country is small and weak, the words spoken are like farts. There is a reason why the president of the country is so anxious and even publicly made provocative remarks criticizing the United States at the United Nations General Assembly. Because the highest place in the country is only 4.7 meters above sea level. Most of the land area is only a few centimeters or more than 10 centimeters away from the sea level. According to the current rate of sea level rise, the most optimistic estimate is that in 2050, 60% of the country's land area will be swallowed by seawater. In fact, the rate of sea level rise this year has been increasing. If calculated according to the current increase, in fact, by 2030 at most, half of the country's land will be submerged in the Pacific Ocean. And there are only 13 years left before the countdown to the country's demise. The sad thing is that as the world's least developed country, Tuvalu has no funds to build dams to resist seawater or improve the terrain of its own land. And buying land overseas is even more impossible. International banks have repeatedly rejected the country's loan requests, and later simply treated it as if there was no such country in the world. Moreover, many countries have clearly stated that they will refuse entry to Tuvaluan citizens as refugees. The global media turned a blind eye to this small country, pretending that there is no such country in the world. Even though this country does have a seat in the United Nations and is a globally recognized sovereign state, no country is willing to lend a hand to Tuvalu. After all, this is something that does not see any benefits at all. And accepting a group of refugees, how to resettle them is also a big problem. No one will be a saint for no reason. This is not a Libyan refugee incident. There is also fame and political capital to be gained in that incident. Whoever cares about Tuvalu's mess will be unlucky. So the whole world watched this country with an extremely indifferent attitude as it began to move towards the abyss of death. From 2017 to 2030, in just 13 years, half of the country will be lost, and the remaining land area will not be suitable for human habitation. All residents of Tuvalu live in fear and depression. A few wealthy citizens or those with overseas connections have long tried every means to escape from this country. Now the remaining people in this country are poor people with nowhere to go. The only way for this small island country to communicate with the outside world is an airport built by the US military during World War II. Every month, a 30-seat over-serviced aircraft will transport residents here. Today, Katie and her companions set foot on this island country for the first time. When Roberto's luxury plane landed in this poor and backward country, a major event that would change the tragic fate of this country and its people and completely rewrite the entire history of mutants was about to happen. Katie walked into Tuvalu's airport, which looked old and even looked like it should have been scrapped long ago, wearing light sneakers. Following her were a group of companions she had called up. A group of young but passionate and enthusiastic mutants. They knew what they were here for today. The only middle-aged man who looked older was the guardian of a young student named Shining. He was Remy, the leader of the West Coast Assassins League and the Thieves Guild, nicknamed the King of Cards. This is a crazy world, this is a turbulent era. As a veteran mutant powerhouse, the King of Cards would never have thought that one day he would be dragged to such a backward country by such a group of young people in such a way. Because this time the mutants are about to establish a nation. I was rewarded as a leader and should have updated more, but I can't write it today, so I'm not going to force it. I will update more naturally when I'm in better condition. Please don't force it, because I have a serious liver disease and can't be tired. I have to take thousands of dollars of medicine every month to maintain my condition, so, that's it. Chapter 437 Tuvalu, the Mutant Nation. Tuvalu President Motto paced back and forth anxiously in the presidential palace. To rule this small country, a country of more than 10,000 people, for other big countries, the so-called president may not be able to manage as many people as a community director. But a country is a country after all. Tuvalu has complete diplomacy and sovereignty, and is qualified to build a modern army, although the country has no money to do so. When the people pushed Motto to the presidency, a big reason was his speech that year, "I will do everything I can to save this country and save the people of this country." But now it is his second term, and he has been president for 7 years. In fact, in 2012, he had given up saving the country. Motto originally planned to rely on international banks to obtain a loan and then build a dam for the country, which would help the country resist the continuous rise in sea levels. But this is only a temporary solution. And how much does it cost to build such a dam? This is simply not something this small country can afford. The International Banking Organization rejected Motto's loan plan without even considering it. But this stubborn president did not give up. It was his responsibility and obligation to save these people who were about to be submerged by the sea. Under his running and lobbying, the United Nations General Assembly passed a special proposal. Tuvalu was allowed to reclaim land and expand its own land area to resist rising sea levels. The approval Tuvalu received was that they could expand the original 26 square kilometers of land area to a maximum of 1,500 square kilometers. It should be known that the expansion of the territory of an island country is a very serious matter, and it is something that may touch international interests. Because according to international law, each coastal country has a 13-kilometer warning coastline and a 200-kilometer exclusive economic zone. If an island country expands its land area at will, it will encroach on the area of the public economic zone, which is intolerable to other countries. And Tuvalu's expansion is also conditional. The United Nations has given the following conditions. First, Tuvalu's area expansion can only be carried out on its own island. Secondly, after Tuvalu's land expansion, the area of its exclusive economic zone remains unchanged. It still follows the size of the land before expansion, and the warning coastline is calculated to be 13 kilometers in size according to the new land area. Finally, Tuvalu must carry out land reclamation within the scope set by the United Nations, and must not exceed the size and scope stipulated by the United Nations. Motto's efforts won the special approval of the United Nations, and it seemed that he had won. But Motto was bitter in his heart. Because the United Nations rejected his most important proposal, that is, the request for help from other countries. Land reclamation is not something that a small country can accomplish. Just look at Asia and you will understand. Both the Philippines and Vietnam have plans to reclaim land on their islands and reefs. But the results of their efforts in the first half of the year are not as good as those of China in 3 days. There are only 2 countries in the world that are truly capable of large-scale land reclamation on the sea. One is the United States and the other is China. But the 5 permanent members of the United Nations clearly stated that they would not provide Tuvalu with free assistance. And Tuvalu really couldn't come up with any resources or capital that could attract people to ask for assistance. China did send $10,000 in aid, which was the only foreign aid Motto had received in recent years. But this amount of money was not enough to replace the parts of the country's power equipment. Representatives of the US government even said in private that a country like Tuvalu was really not worth bothering with, and they put pressure on representatives of international banks. Because the United States did not want to pay for Tuvalu's aid. And it was because of this incident that Modot attacked the U.S. representative with provocative, even insulting language at the newly convened UN General Assembly. But this did not bring him any actual benefits except being asked to leave the venue. Oh, no, China's $10,000 aid was given to him after this incident. Is this a reward for his scolding of the United States at the United Nations? Modot's heart was filled with sadness. Modot is now desperate. No money, no technology, nothing. Even hope is out of sight. This 60-year-old man is exhausted. In order to maintain the operation of this weak country, he has exhausted his efforts. And when he was most desperate and even wanted to commit suicide after announcing these things to the people, Roberto, a super-rich man from South America, found him. I am interested in Tuvalu, and I can help you arrange refugees. I have quite a lot of farms and plantations in South America, Northeast Asia and Southeast Asia. Roberto said this on the phone, with some arrogance in his tone. As if this was a gift to Modot. However, Roberto does have the conditions to be arrogant, and Modot no longer has any bargaining chips. The entire country has less than 13 years left to live. How to transfer these citizens safely is now his most important thing. Has Mr. Roberto's special plane not arrived yet? Modot anxiously looked at the airport not far away through the presidential residence. This so-called presidential residence is just a small villa that is built in a pretty good way. This villa is located not far from Tuvalu Airport. Because this is the highest place in the country and the safest place. Modot's secretary just wanted to answer Modot's question, and they had already heard the roar of the aircraft engine in the distance. It was not the old passenger plane, but a high-end private plane produced by Gulfstream. Tuvalu had already made preparations. When Katie and her group just got off the plane, there was a special greeter who led them to the presidential residence. As for sending a special car to pick them up, it doesn't exist. This country is so small that riding a bicycle is not enough. Cars and other things are a waste and decoration here. There are no gas stations in the country. Modot had been waiting for Katie and her group outside the presidential residence. His suit was well groomed today, making him look particularly energetic. He saw the Brazilian tycoon Roberto from a distance. When he approached, Modot was eager to shake hands with him. Welcome, Mr. Roberto. If your company is willing to accommodate Tuvaluan citizens, please feel free to recruit workers in your country. Hearing Modot say this, Roberto just smiled. He patted Modot on the shoulder and said to him, Mr. President, I don't have the final say this time. You have to listen to this lady. Please discuss with her how to negotiate and what conditions to use. I am just here to pay the bill. Modot looked in the direction of Roberto's finger in disbelief, a young and beautiful girl. Modot swore that this girl was not even older than his granddaughter. Katie smiled and said to Modot, Mr. President, let's go to the conference room first and then talk. It was not until Katie spoke that Modot suddenly realized that the people who came this time were too young. Almost all of them looked like high school students, if not for the fact that Roberto was indeed real. Modot almost suspected that he had run into a group of scammers. But what is there to scam in Tuvalu? Even trafficking people to foreign countries is much better than staying on this small island and waiting to die. Modot smiled self-deprecatingly. In the meeting room of the presidential palace, Katie's companions used their mutant abilities to check everywhere to see if there were any wiretaps and surveillance, or other unsafe things. They nodded to Katie only after confirming that the entire room was safe. Now this 17-year-old girl has officially become the leader of this group of young mutants. Even the poker king Raimi was dragged here to calm the situation. Modot looked at the group of young people and said after they finished their work, regarding the issue of Costa Group recruiting workers in our country. He still thought Roberto was here to recruit workers. Modot had already made a lot of preparations before, about helping the citizens to fight for some necessary security conditions for work, and so on. Although working as a refugee is definitely hard work with low pay, the old President Modot always wants to get a little more benefits. Katie stretched out her hand to signal Modot to stop. Mr. President, we are not here to recruit workers. We are here to buy some things from you. Buy things? What? Modot originally picked up the folder to introduce the population situation of Tuvalu to everyone, but he had to put it down at this time. He was a little confused as to whether this group of people were really scammers. Because Tuvalu now has nothing valuable except cheap labor. Except for the vast blue ocean outside, Modot didn't know what else this country could sell. Could it be that they wanted to buy some sardines? The old man thought wildly. Katie looked at Modit's confused expression and said seriously, "We want to buy this country from you." Chapter 438 Tuvalu, the Mutant Nation. What? Modit thought he had misheard. What did the young girl say to him just now? What they wanted to buy was the country of Tuvalu. Was he too outdated or was the world too crazy? Modit instantly felt that his thinking could not keep up with the times. Katie said to Modit in a serious and solemn tone, "President Modit, I said we want to buy the whole Tuvalu. Buy the full sovereignty of this country." This time Modit listened very carefully, and he was sure he had not heard it wrong. The girl named Katie did tell him their purpose. Not to buy real estate, not to buy the right to use the ocean, but to buy the sovereignty of this country? Wait. You want this country? The whole country. Modit's folder had already fallen from his hand, because what Katie said was a little beyond his expectations. Yes, we need the full sovereignty and regime of this country. Tuvalu is a small island, and it is an island so small that it can be swallowed by the sea at any time. Any accident will accelerate the destruction of this country. Katie's tone was extremely serious. She said the truth without exaggeration or other embellishments. Living on this island is too hard for you and your people. If there is not enough money to build flood control dams or improve the foundation of the entire country, I believe you know very well what the fate of this country will be. I am not making any threats, Mr. Modit. When the sea level continues to rise and the panic it brings to this country, I even doubt that you will not be able to survive until 2030. Maybe civil unrest will begin in 2020. What Katie said is well-founded. Modit is very clear about the difficulties faced by this small country. The domestic situation has begun to become unstable recently. Some people feel that it is meaningless to live in this country without a future. It is better to enjoy it in the last moments of life. They want to overthrow the regime, live an anarchist life for more than 10 years, and finally be drowned by the sea. There are still some crazy people who have this idea. This group of people has given up hope. If it weren't for Roberto's call before, Modit announced to the whole country that large companies in South America would come to the country to recruit a large number of workers and provide overseas employment opportunities for citizens. I'm afraid those guys have already started to act. Modit only had a guard force of less than 100 people, and many of the weapons they were equipped with were weapons and equipment left over from the US military during World War II. He had no confidence in suppressing the possible riots. Roberto's luxury passenger plane landed at Tuvalu Airport today, and the whole country saw it. Everyone's last hope is on this overseas job opportunity. Only by leaving this damn island can they have the possibility of starting a new life. Modit smiled bitterly. It seemed that these young people in front of him had already understood the situation in Tuvalu. Now they came to him just to show their cards. Negotiation is a game, and like all games, this game requires chips and trump cards. Katie has already shown her hand, but the trump card has not been shown yet, and her chips are rich. Modit's hand is rotten, and the trump card does not exist at all. As for the chips, he has no chips except a small island that is about to sink. Modit sat powerlessly on the chair opposite Katie and sighed. What do you want? Buy a country that is about to sink to save the president's life? But the hearts of the people in this country are no longer here. They are all trying to escape from this country. I am doing my best to help them. If you want to rule them and play a Game of Thrones, then you should change places. Modit has already regarded this group of young people in front of him as super-rich second generations, the kind who spend tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars for excitement. Katie smiled. It's not that boring, Mr. President. We will indeed help you do a lot of things. For example, what Roberto told you on the phone before. Develop overseas employment for your citizens. And we can guarantee that all more than 11,000 citizens will be transferred out of this island that is about to be silent. Katie pointed at Roberto, and Roberto smiled and confirmed Katie's statement. Then it was Modit's turn to be a little confused. Without citizens, what's the use of this country? In this case, the country is only an empty shell. But for Katie, what she needs is an empty shell. A blank sheet of paper is good for painting. Only with this empty shell can she build a home for mutants in it. Katie said slowly, "It doesn't matter, Mr. President. There are not many options in front of you now. Save your people and let them leave this country that is slowly committing suicide. Or give up this opportunity and let you and your people be buried with this country." Katie motioned to the little rascal behind her to hand over a document. She took the document and handed it to Modit. This is the best opportunity for this country, and I'm afraid it's also the last chance. Mr. President, look at this agreement and decide what choice to make. Katie said calmly. Because the initiative is in her hands this time, Modded and Tuvalu have no choice. The night in Tuvalu is not lively at all, and it can even be said to be very deserted. Because there are no street lights in many places at night, if a wave hits you on the road, it is likely to sweep you directly into the sea and disappear without a trace. So people in this country rarely choose to go out at night. The only place that can still be considered relatively lively is near the Tuvalu airport and the presidential residence. This is the highest place in the country. It is also one of the few places with entertainment venues. Not far from the airport is the most luxurious bar in the country. Its luxury is roughly equivalent to the level of a bar in a small country town with a few hundred people in the United States. But even so, most people would not choose to come here to consume. Because most of Tuvalu's daily necessities cannot be self-sufficient, many things have to be imported. So the consumption of the bar is very high, especially for this country with an annual per capita output value of less than $2,000. It can be said to be frighteningly expensive. But today many people flock to this bar. And even if they didn't drink, the bar owner made an exception and didn't drive anyone away. Because everyone is waiting for news. Since seeing Roberto's luxury passenger plane landed at the airport during the day, all citizens believe what the old President Motto said, saying that there will be a large number of overseas employment opportunities coming. For the people of Tuvalu, this is a blessing from heaven. Even those extremists who want to overthrow the government and then live a chic life of anarchism for a few years are looking forward to this opportunity. Because they are not stupid. The reason why they had such an idea before was entirely because they could not see hope in this country, and there was no way out except waiting to die. But if there is a chance to work abroad, it means a considerable income. At that time, there may even be a chance to live abroad. This is very, very important for everyone. This bar is the closest to the presidential residence and the airport. And the son of the bar owner works in the presidential residence. If there is any news, this is always the fastest place to get the news. The bar owner knows what everyone is expecting. If he drives people away at this time, it will anger everyone. And he also wants to know whether the president can reach an agreement with the big boss in America. Old John, a beer. The two young men who asked the bar owner for a beer were a little decadent. The Slud brothers. The two brothers originally had a small fishing boat, specializing in catching some sardines and so on. Occasionally, New Zealand fishmongers would come to buy their catch when they met them at sea. But last month, due to price differences, mainly because the New Zealanders pressed the price too hard, the two brothers were only willing to pay $800 for the 2 tons of sardines they caught. Although sardines are indeed not worth much, they are not worthless to this extent. The two brothers fell out with a fishmonger at that time. And he beat up the fishmonger. The New Zealander was not happy at that time, so he drove his boat to sink the brothers' fishing boat. The New Zealander was driving a 1,000-ton diesel-powered fishing boat. The brothers' boat was only a 20-ton wooden fishing boat. So the fishing boat was directly sunk. The two brothers drifted on the sea for nearly 3 days holding the broken planks before returning to the shore of Tuvalu. The two brothers almost died in this incident. President Motto issued a diplomatic note to New Zealand for this matter, but the other side directly treated him as a fart. There was not even a response, let alone compensation, pretending that this matter did not exist at all. From then on, the two brothers began to become extremely decadent, and they had given up hope in life. If it weren't for hearing about the opportunity of foreign employment this time, I'm afraid they would have joined the ranks of those who opposed the government. The Slaughter brothers drank their wine lifelessly, just like the other people in the bar, looking out the door from time to time, hoping that someone would come to tell everyone what the situation was now. Make way, make way. A girl squeezed to the bar counter. She looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old and was pretty. She asked anxiously, "Old John, is there any news?" The bar owner shook his head silently. "Caudale, not yet. And, to be honest, Caudale, this is an overseas labor job. I heard that the Costa Group is recruiting jobs in plantations, farms and mines. They probably need heavy labor, and it will be difficult for you to be selected." The young girl named Caudale glanced at herself. Her slender arms and legs did not look like she could do heavy physical labor. She said sadly, "But, if I am not selected, who will support my sick mother?" Do I have to stay on this island with my mother and wait to die? Big Slot glanced at Cardale and said, Cardale, tell me the truth. My brother likes you. If you are willing to marry him, both of us brothers should be selected. At that time, we will find a way to take you and your mother to a foreign country. As long as you agree to marry my brother. Little Slot looked at Cattle without saying anything, just nodded sullenly. Cattle looked at the Slot brothers. The two brothers used to make a living by fishing. They lived well in Tuvalu because the food was good and they were strong enough. If the labor service this time was heavy, the two brothers would most likely be selected. Cattle was a little hesitant. Big Slot's words were a direct temptation to her. It didn't matter whether there was love or not here. In this country where survival was difficult, love was a luxury. Only staying alive was the first priority. Cattle took a look at Little Slot's appearance. He was average looking, neither handsome nor ugly, but he was very strong. She had no good feelings or bad feelings towards this man. Big Slot was a little impatient with Cardale's hesitation. Hurry up and make a decision, girl. If you still want to come after our brother is selected for the labor dispatch, I will not agree to my brother marrying you. By then, there will be many good girls willing to come and follow him abroad. What Big Slot said was absolutely true. Cardale had no chance to hesitate or consider. She said, okay, Ding-ling-ling. The door of the bar was pushed open again, and everyone's attention was attracted, including the Slot brothers and Cardale. The person who came was Little John, the son of Old John who worked as a waiter in the presidential residence. He was out of breath and looked like he ran all the way from the presidential residence. He walked to the bar, and everyone made way for him. The originally noisy bar suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Little John. Let's see what kind of news he brought. Little John took a sip of water at the bar to catch his breath, then stood at the bar and said to the hundreds of people present, the president has signed an agreement with Mr. Roberto. Starting tomorrow, they will officially recruit workers at Tuvalu Airport. The work location is confirmed in South America and Southeast Asia. The work period is said to be a long-term contract of more than 10 years. Wow! Clapping, stomping, crying and laughing echoed in the bar. The bar, which was quiet just now, was boiling instantly. Knowing the news is one thing, and it is another thing to confirm the news. After all, only when it is confirmed that the old president has really reached an agreement can these citizens feel relieved. Little John, wait a minute. Did they say how many people they want to recruit? The Slot brothers thought more deeply. If the number of recruits is too small, then the competition they will face will be very fierce. The question raised by the Slot brothers is also the focus of many other people's concern. Everyone hopes that there will be more positions for recruitment, only in this way will they have a greater chance of being selected. Especially girls like Cardale, they pray that they can have some jobs such as cooking and logistics. Little John cleared his throat and said to everyone in a cheerful tone, the number of recruits, everyone. That's all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439 Our Country. Tuvalu belongs to God is the national anthem of this small country. After receiving the news that Costa Group will conduct a comprehensive recruitment in the country, this small island country on the verge of sinking sang this song all night. Ironically, it was not the so-called god or gods who saved the country and the people of this country in the end, but a group of young mutants. Modit stood in the villa of the presidential residence, listening to the songs echoing across the country and the bursts of laughter that accompanied the songs. He couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Was he sad for the disloyalty of these people to this country? Or should he be angry? Modit's emotions were very complicated, far from being described by simple sadness and anger. Adjectives such as mixed feelings are difficult to describe the thoughts of the old president of this country now. It's like you go to a gift shop with money and happily choose a suitable New Year's gift for your family, but the clerk tells you that everything you want to buy is sold out. Perhaps this unspeakable loneliness and loss is the most true portrayal of the president's heart now. Mr. President, be happy. At least this is a win-win situation. You can't force your people's thinking. No matter how much you love this country, you can't change the terrible situation this country is facing. Roberto was the one who spoke to Modit. The mutant nicknamed Sunspot knew what the president was thinking, but he felt that the old man was just daydreaming. A country with no future, no future. Even no history. Tuvalu is an island country discovered by Europeans during the Age of Exploration. The country is basically of European descent and was founded very, very recently. How can you expect this group of people to maintain their loyalty and identity to this country? This country has nothing to be proud of, no history and culture to be praised, and no hope and future to be seen. It's good enough that the people born here don't complain about the world. You can't expect too much. Roberto was assigned by Katie to talk to Muttant. Since they have reached an agreement with Muttant, they don't want to make any mistakes at the last minute. They have to make sure that everything goes well. Roberto walked up to Muttant and said with emotion, "You have worked hard for this country all your life. It's time for you to take a good rest." "What do you mean?" Muttant turned around and looked at Roberto and asked. "Look, I have prepared a very nice villa for you on the beach in Portugal. There is also a 30-meter-long yacht. And for your granddaughter's academic problems, I have helped you contact a good private university in the UK. What do you think?" Roberto made his words very clear. Muttant was about to say something, but was quickly blocked by Roberto. "Don't rush to refuse. This is what you deserve. You have worked hard for this country and its people all your life. It's not too much to get these." Roberto smiled at Muttant and cast his eyes to another corner of the room. Muttant followed Roberto's gaze and looked over there. The middle-aged man with a serious face and who looked difficult to mess with, who he had seen at the meeting before, was standing there. He stared at him with his sharp eyes like a poisonous viper. Just looking at this man, Muttant felt that he was about to suffocate. This man was a real murderer. Muttant felt that he could take his life at any time if he wanted to. Muttant's cold sweat came down in an instant. Roberto was very satisfied with Muttant's current performance. He continued, "Look, you take what you deserve. The villa, the yacht, and the US dollars that are enough for you to squander for the rest of your life. I just don't want to hear someone say something that shouldn't be said in certain occasions. Do you understand what I mean?" Muttant swallowed his saliva. The young man in front of him had been in power for a long time. As the world's top supplier of raw materials, he would not touch it even if he met the president of a superpower. This momentum is far beyond the leader of a small country with a population of more than 10,000. Muttant said without much hesitation, "Okay, Mr. Roberto, you are actually helping us. My people and I are extremely grateful to the Skita Group. I don't think anyone will say anything. Don't worry about that." At this moment, the stubborn old president put down all his pride and stubbornness. Because look at the cheering and singing crowd outside the window. There is nothing in this world worth Muttant's stubbornness. Instead of spending those experiences doing these thankless things, it is better to go to Portugal to enjoy the rest of his life. And his granddaughter has the opportunity to go to a prestigious school in the UK. I believe the little girl will be very happy. She has always fantasized that she has the opportunity to become the kind of elite and intellectual modern woman in the movie. As for Tuvalu? Sorry, this country has nothing to do with me after tonight. Roberto has long been prepared for the transfer of the entire country of Tuvalu. Although it did cost him some money to buy such a country, as the world's largest farmer and mine owner, Roberto's company does need a lot of manpower. Tuvalu's cheap labor is indeed a good choice. Costa Group's transfer planes and cruise ships are already ready. When Katie and others signed the agreement with Muttant, they were ready. They were just waiting for the agreement to be signed, and these means of transportation had gathered in Tuvalu. Tuvalu fell into panic and busyness in an instant. Everyone took away as many valuables as possible, because everyone knew that they would never come back to this island again. Because when they signed the employment agreement with Costa Group had promised to provide them with a new identity in the country of work. The residents of these island countries were afraid that such a good agreement would be signed by others too late. In just one day, the original residents of Tuvalu instantly became a group of foreigners. If all the people in a country are gone, then the country has objectively disappeared. Katie and others naturally would not allow this to happen. So when these Tuvalu residents signed the agreement to become a group of foreigners, under Katie's planning, a large number of foreign entry applications to become nationals also came in like snowflakes. This is what Katie has been busy with during this period. She was connecting all the mutants who were willing to support her and were moderate. Most of these mutants were seniors who graduated from Xavier's School for the Gifted. In the process of persuasion, some agreed, and some naturally disagreed. But without exception, everyone kept a strict confidentiality about the incident. Because even those who disagreed actually hoped that Katie's plan would succeed. It was just that for some reason they were not optimistic about her, so they were temporarily on the sidelines. Katie used the mutant students Charles had taught over the years to build a dense network of relationships. First, she met with the most influential graduate every year to persuade him. Then these people led the people they knew to spread the word from point to surface. This also included many parents of mutants, including some veteran mutant masters. For example, the King of Cards who was brought in by Shanshan was the best example. More than 10,000 residents quickly became foreigners, and at the same time, more than 4,000 foreigners became official residents of Tuvalu. Here, Katie took advantage of the gap in the law and announced that Tuvalu recognized citizens holding dual citizenship as citizens of the country and enjoyed citizenship rights. This allowed many mutants who were originally in the United States, Canada and South America to join Tuvalu without giving up their nationality. New decrees were promulgated one by one when the old citizens left, and the speed was outrageous. More than 500 old decrees were abolished, and more than 300 new decrees were promulgated in just one day. This is the speed of the team led by Katie. Because they are in a hurry, they have to complete all this before all other countries react, catching other countries off guard. When the last Tuvaluan citizen left his homeland, more than 10,000 people who originally lived in 26 square kilometers disappeared. The whole island seemed empty. Except for some houses and garbage, there was nothing left on the island. Katie strolled on the road of this island country. There were blue waves on both sides of the road, and only a narrow path connected the two ends of the island. The sea breeze messed up Katie's hair, and her long chestnut hair fluttered in the wind. Katie felt unreal as she stepped on this land. She had made a decision that was just a momentary impulse, but she had actually reached this point. Those seemingly bold and even absurd ideas were being realized one by one. Katie felt like she was in a dream. This world is so crazy. This world is not afraid of how weird and arrogant you are or how crazy you are. This world never cares about this and can always tolerate it. Genius and madness, weirdness and arrogance have never been the sins of this world. As long as you have the capital to use these qualities, then please give full play to your strengths. Because for this world, mediocrity is the biggest sin. We actually have our own country. The little naughty girl who followed Katie still felt like she was living in a dream. Yes, but this is just the beginning. The real test has just begun. Katie's eyes revealed a hint of determination. Because the documents on the replacement of the president of Tuvalu have just been delivered to the desks of the foreign ministries of various countries. Chapter 440 No one cares. According to general diplomatic procedures, if there is a personnel change of the highest leader in a sovereign state, such as a change in reorganization of the position of the president or prime minister, the country will generally submit detailed written documents to diplomatic allies and other countries with diplomatic affairs to notify them that the country has undergone a new round of power change and replacement. Because in modern society, diplomatic events are almost the most important thing in the daily affairs of all countries. In today's global integration, no country dares to say that it exists independently. In most cases, it is a relationship of interdependence. I need you and you need me. It is this kind of interdependence, or even dependence, that promotes the delicate balance between major powers. Especially for every superpower, or even just a regional power, regime change will attract global attention. Because what different policies will the new leader bring to power, and what impact will it have on the economic life and security of the international community? These are all things that leaders of various countries and many businessmen need to consider. For example, in major countries like China, the United States, Britain, France and Russia, whenever a new leader comes to power with a brand new leadership team or cabinet, the first thing the big guys need to do is often to start a foreign affairs visit. When announcing your attitude to various countries, especially those that are important to you, even if it is not the top leader like the president, it will be handled by important foreign affairs ministers such as the Minister of Foreign Affairs or the Secretary of State. Of course, the social circles in modern society are actually very clearly divided. Big countries have their own social circles, such as the G20 summit and the G8 summit. These high-end clubs formulate policies that affect the direction of the world, but they will not greet any other countries outside the circle. If you don't enter the social circle of big countries, you can only let big countries make policies that will, regardless of whether it is good or bad for your country. You either bear it or die. The choice is so simple and crude. Of course, those who are busy with diplomatic affairs are those big countries, powerful countries and superpowers. Look at a small country in West Africa where a chieftain has changed his leader. How many countries care? As for Tuvalu, they are not even as good as the backward small countries in West Africa. Because at least these countries can get a total of tens of billions of dollars in relief from the United Nations every year. But the United Nations has never given Tuvalu a penny. However, no matter what the diplomatic form is, diplomatic rhetoric needs to be done. Because only after you submit your credentials and the other party returns the diplomatic credentials, your regime change is legal and recognized by the world. Why did Katie go to such great lengths to create such a small country? It was because Tuvalu was a sovereign state recognized by the world, and the country was so small that it had no sense of existence. Katie silently prayed in her heart that everything would go well. Now the whole plan has reached the final critical step. As long as this level is passed, the establishment of the mutant nation will be a done deal. Downing Street in the UK is the most famous street in the UK. Because it is the center of political power in the UK, especially number 10 Downing Street, which is the official residence of the British Prime Minister. As the leader of a big country, the British Prime Minister is very busy. There are countless things waiting to be dealt with every day. No matter how the outside world evaluates Britain as a troublemaker in Europe, the British Prime Minister never thinks so. The EU was on the verge of solving the problem because of the European debt crisis, and the subsequent Brexit incident made the EU even worse. Recently, the UK has even pulled France and Germany to bypass the European Space Agency, and the three countries have jointly set up a new space agency for the lunar helium-3 mining plan. So far, the EU has actually begun to disintegrate internally, and the European integration process has been declared a failure. The current EU is just barely maintaining itself. When France and Germany, the two most important members of the EU, begin to turn away from the EU, what future do you expect for this alliance? Especially in the EU, there are still a group of guys who rely on EU welfare and are lazy, such as Greece. The current British Prime Minister is busy holding a telephone conference with the leaders of France and Germany. Because the new Eastern European alliance with Latvia as the main body has begun to rise. This has given the three countries a sense of urgency. The British Prime Minister proposed that the United Kingdom, France, Germany and the United Kingdom form a strategic alliance. At this time, Tuvalu's diplomatic documents were officially sent to the British Foreign Office. In theory, the Prime Minister should personally review such a major event as the change of a country's leader. But the Commissioner of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs just glanced at the name of Tuvalu and said, "Tuvalu? What is this place? Their president has changed." Well, the existence of this country is not even remembered by professional diplomats for a while. Or another commissioner looked through the information and answered, "A small country in the Pacific with a population of less than 12,000 people, it will probably sink in 2030. Hearing this answer, the commissioner in charge of handling this diplomatic letter rolled his eyes and said, "Submit it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Communications, and congratulate the country on the election of an excellent president in accordance with the official rhetoric. The country will sincerely believe that Tuvalu will usher in a brilliant future under the leadership of the new president." Well, this commissioner didn't even want to look at the president's name and threw it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which specializes in handling these matters. He only needs to file this matter and give it to the Minister of Foreign Affairs to take a look. Such a trivial matter is sent to Downing Street? Is it waiting for the Prime Minister to cut himself? In the United States, assistants in the Secretary of State's office also received the same documents. One of the new assistants to the Deputy Secretary of State is a college student who just graduated from Yale University. It is easy for him to work in the White House as his first job in life. This is a good job that other students envy. So this young man named Bob works very hard. For example, now he is very solemnly knocking on the door of the Deputy Secretary of State's office with the credentials submitted by Tuvalu. "Please come in." The tone of the Deputy Secretary of State has always been very polite, whether to subordinates or superiors. This is his personal cultivation. The Deputy Secretary of State is almost 60 years old, and this is probably the highest position he can climb in his life. He is now content, and people should not be too greedy. Now he doesn't care about some minor gains and losses in power, and instead starts to think about cultivating the next generation in his family. For example, this young man in front of him, Bob, is his cousin. He saw this young man at a family gathering. He was young and a leader in Yale University. The Deputy Secretary of State had the idea of cultivating him, And the old man also wanted to build his family into a political family. He would not hesitate to train young people with potential. That's why Bob could become one of the assistants of the Deputy Secretary of State just after graduating from college. It was a rare opportunity for him to learn politics with other assistants and secretaries. Mr. Secretary of State, here is a diplomatic letter. It is a diplomatic note about the change of regime in Tuvalu. Bob never called the Deputy Secretary of State as a title when the Secretary of State was not present. He would always carefully remove the word deputy. The Secretary of State took the document handed over by Bob and frowned, as if thinking about where Tuvalu was. Then he suddenly thought of it. The previous president of this country scolded the American representative at the United Nations General Assembly and was asked to leave the meeting. Looking at the document on the table, the Secretary of State had no desire to look through it. He just smiled and said to Bob, "Do you know how big the country of Tuvalu is?" 26 square kilometers, sir. It seems that Bob has done his homework. What about the population? More than 11,000, sir. The Secretary of State was somewhat helpless when he heard Bob's fluent answer. This young junior was quite smart, but sometimes he was not flexible enough. This was also the part he needed to teach him. A small country with a population of 11,000 and a land area of less than 26 square kilometers, do you think it is worth it for a Secretary of State, or even the President of the United States, to spend more than 10 minutes, or even half an hour to browse their diplomatic documents and then give them a handwritten reply? Bob seemed a little hesitant, but sir, this is a sovereign country. The Secretary of State shook his head. It's not important, Bob, unless it is Monaco or the Vatican. Otherwise, such a small country is insignificant. Remember, Bob, at work, assistants help their superiors share the workload rather than increase the workload. Bob immediately remembered this sentence. The Secretary of State's words and deeds are more important than any knowledge learned from university books. So, don't we need to inform the President and others about this matter? Bob asked. The Deputy Secretary of State shook his head. No, you can find a standard diplomatic statement and send it back. Something like the United States congratulating the country's new generation of power transition and expecting the new leader to lead Tuvalu to new glory. Such diplomatic statements will be fine. Why is this diplomatic statement so similar to the British one? The Deputy Secretary of State stood up and adjusted his clothes. Bob, you still have a lot to learn. Please help me arrange the car for the afternoon. The President and I will attend the cookie sale of the Boy Scouts of more than a dozen elementary schools in Washington this afternoon. After this matter is handled, you can deal with the Tuvalu matter. From beginning to end, the Deputy Secretary of State did not look at Tuvalu's diplomatic documents. Because the diplomatic documents of these small countries are all the same and have no value. At most, they are crying poor in different ways and asking for foreign exchange assistance from big countries. He has seen a lot of these things, and now he doesn't even have the mood to look at them. And compared to Tuvalu, the cookie sale of the Boy Scouts in Washington is much more important. Not only the United States and the United Kingdom, but also France, China, and Russia. Almost all the countries that received diplomatic notes from Tuvalu did not even look at the diplomatic rhetoric of this country. They completely treated this country as if it did not exist. And the diplomatic replies from all countries were all stereotyped congratulations on the new round of power transition, blah 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 nonsense. I just want to vomit after reading too much. But for Katie and others, this is the best result. Because at this moment, it means that these countries that receive diplomatic notes have recognized the legitimacy of the new regime of Tuvalu. Maybe they didn't notice at all that the new president of Tuvalu is a 17-year-old girl named Katie. Raimi, who was watching everything coldly on the side, smiled silently. Charles, you and Magneto are always so ambitious. Always want to change the world at once. And every time you think about too many things and have too many concerns. You two have never thought about starting from the details like this girl and doing something really practical. This time, the ideas that these kids came up with in a hurry were actually realized by these kids. The King of Cards, Raimi, also shook his head helplessly. He felt that it was time to call Charles. These kids might be able to deal with these things in the early stage. But Raimi knew that the real difficulty of founding a country was still to come. Without a smart enough, powerful and charismatic person to support it from behind, and relying only on the enthusiasm of a group of young people, it is very likely to be broken. In New York, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning when Luigi received a message from Charles. He complained, "Is the quality of sleep of older people so bad?" Charles was not in the mood to joke with Li Ji. He just said a simple sentence and woke Li Ji up completely. "My student Katie has established a legal sovereign country in the Pacific." Chapter 441, The Illuminati. Silence, absolute silence. This is the current situation of the new round of Illuminati meetings. The 5 members of the Illuminati sat around the round conference table without saying a word. Captain Rogers was staring at his shield, as if he had seen some incredible masterpiece of art on it, which made him stare at it intently, and there seemed to be nothing else that could distract him. Li Ji was sitting in a chair chewing on his index finger joint, as if his index finger was delicious. Charles and Hank frowned and didn't want to say a word. The first person who lost his temper in this depressing atmosphere was Tony Stark. He couldn't help but say to Professor X and Beast, "Please, both of you. Can you two please say a few words? Charles, you woke us up in the middle of the night and suddenly told us that one of your students established a country in the Pacific. What is the name of that country?" Li Ji took over Tony's words, "Tuvalu." "Yes, Tuvalu." Tony nodded and said, "A truly sovereign country. And now it is inexplicably recognized by the international community. To be honest, your students really gave us a huge surprise." Charles and Hank remained silent. They didn't know how to respond to this. The closure of Xavier's school for the gifted did not expect to bring about such a big change. Li Ji, who was listening to Tony's complaints, also felt a toothache. This world is getting more and more out of his imagination. A 17-year-old girl actually established a mutant island country in the Pacific. And it is legal and recognized by the international community. Although it is very likely that other countries in the international community do not know what country they recognize. A mutant country, Charles. Not your kind of school, this is a country. Do you know what this means? Tony said weakly. He was also helpless. It can be said that the Illuminati gathered here today entirely because of this thing that was beyond all expectations. No one could have guessed that Katie had established a country. It can be said that everyone's first reaction was to be scared to death by what this girl did. Charles moved his lips and finally forced a smile. "Does it mean that my efforts in the past 50 years are not as good as a 17-year-old girl?" He deliberately wanted to change the subject and said evasively, "Professor, we may not have time to joke now." Li Ji exhaled and said seriously, "The establishment of a real mutant country will become a target." Li Ji began to speak his mind seriously, and everyone else listened carefully, and their faces became more and more solemn. From a certain perspective, a mutant country will give all mutants a place to yearn for and identify with. This is different from your school, Professor, because not all mutants will go to your school to study. But once Katie's country is made public, a country that mutants around the world yearn for will be born. Li Ji touched his temple and felt that his head was big. Then this will become a benchmark for all mutants, which is foreseeable. There will be many mutants who have a natural good impression of this country, regardless of whether these mutants are willing to join this country or not. Whether they will publicly support Tuvalu, they will probably have a natural sense of identity with this country in their hearts. And how many mutants are scattered around the world? Li Ji glanced at Charles. Charles closed his eyes and thought for a while. According to what I found from the brainwave enhancer, it should be close to 11 million. 11 million, this number is not low. It is more than the national population of some small countries. Compared with the world's population of more than 7 billion, 11 million is indeed not a lot. The proportion of mutants is less than 700%. But in terms of the total population, if the mutants scattered around the world are gathered together, it is still very scary. Especially when most of these mutants have extraordinary abilities. This country will have a natural appeal. Just like when Israel was founded. Although not all Jews will join Israeli citizenship, do you still remember the global Jewish mobilization during the founding of Israel? Countless materials and funds poured into this newly established country. What Li Ji said is actually what everyone is worried about. That is, the Jews did not establish Israel peacefully, and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has not been truly resolved until today. Not to mention the 4 Middle East wars in the early days of the founding of the country. The countries in the Arab world united and fought 4 tragic wars with Israel, which exchanged for Israel's current territorial area and regional power status. It is the tens of millions of Jews around the world who supported the newly established country of Israel to resist these cruel battles. They mobilized their various relationships and abilities from all over the world. Countless mothers sent their children from all over the world to the battlefield in Israel just to win this battle for the founding of the country. Hundreds of thousands of volunteers rushed to Israel from all over the world. Even though they knew that the battlefield was a meat grinder, countless people still went there without looking back. There were also Jews who spent all their money to support the establishment of a country. There were not a few of these people. Because this nation had experienced tragic massacres and discrimination, when a country that truly belonged to them appeared, the appeal and sense of belonging they possessed were unprecedented. The situation of mutants today is not much better than that of the Jews back then. If Katie announced to the world today that Tuvalu was a mutant country, then tomorrow Tuvalu would probably receive astronomical amounts of foreign aid and immigration applications. Charles' eyes were a little complicated and anxious. Katie just wants to build a home for mutants. She has no rights or ambitions. Tuvalu is not Israel either. Lee Ji agreed with what Charles said, because he and Katie were also good friends. This girl was a gentle and kind person. Yes, Professor. If it weren't for the fact that your student is still rational and hasn't made it public until now, and she doesn't have big ambitions, then we probably wouldn't be sitting here in a meeting now. We would probably be preparing for a war. Tony said meaningfully. When everyone fell silent, unable to figure out how to deal with this new mutant country, Captain Rogers, who had been silent before, suddenly spoke up. I think this is actually a good thing to some extent. Chapter 442. Not all mutant abilities are useful. Captain Rogers looked at his shield for a long time before he said, this might actually be a good thing. From the beginning, Captain Rogers had not expressed his attitude towards the establishment of a mutant nation. As the only person in the government who was related to the Illuminati, everyone actually cared about Captain Rogers' opinion. If Captain Rogers felt that the establishment of a mutant nation was a huge threat, then with his influence, he might even promote a war. So before Captain Rogers expressed his opinion, Charles and Hank were both worried. Until this time, Rogers suddenly said that this was a good thing, which made the two of them feel relieved. Lee Ji and Tony looked at Captain Rogers together. I would like to hear more about it. Captain Rogers tapped his shield unconsciously and said, in fact, I don't hate mutants. I think this is very clear. There were mutant members in my Howling Commandos, such as Wolverine. The Wolverine that Captain Rogers was talking about was Wolverine Logan. In fact, the mutant problem has never been a big problem in my opinion. In the 1930s and 1940s, the world never had a huge turmoil due to the mutant problem. But this does not mean that there were no mutants at that time. Captain Rogers tapped the shield to make a brisk rhythm. Lee Ji had a doubt, but it is possible that the number of mutants was relatively small at that time. Rogers nodded, yes, it is possible. But don't forget that the global population was also small back then. So I believe that the proportion of mutants at that time was not much different from now. The captain continued, but in recent years, the years I have been away, the society of mutants and ordinary people has begun to have serious confrontations. Exclusion and discrimination, even violence and terrorist incidents occur from time to time. All that Captain Rogers said is exactly the biggest problem of the current mutant society and ordinary people's society. And what caused all this? Captain Rogers raised his index finger. First of all, I think the first and most crucial point is that some politicians see a kind of power in mutants. A power that surpasses ordinary people. Just like the super soldier program I participated in, cultivating a group of super soldiers within the system and under strict control is the expectation of many politicians and generals. Just like you told me, Wolverine was forcibly captured and transformed. And it is precisely because of this practice of only caring about immediate interests that the biggest opposition is now caused. It was because of these things that Magneto left SHIELD and went against the government, formed the Brotherhood of Mutants, and went on the road of confrontation. Everyone agreed with what Captain Rogers said. In politics, Captain Rogers actually has a very keen sense of smell and thinking. The second reason is that mutants' abilities are uncontrollable. This is the most difficult thing for civilians to accept about mutants. There have been more than 1 or 2 cases of death and injury caused by mutants' abilities going out of control. This is the main reason for the current bad public opinion. Although some politicians' leadership is also related, the most critical issue in this regard is actually the problem of mutants themselves. Captain Rogers raised his second finger. The third reason is due to the complexity of human nature. Just like politicians want to have a super army that obeys their orders, but are afraid that this army will rebel, So they put all kinds of shackles on them. Ordinary people are afraid of the abilities of mutants, but at the same time they are also envious. Captain Rogers raised his third finger. They don't understand the abilities of mutants. In most descriptions of mutants, mutant abilities are powerful and are innate. It seems to have nothing to do with acquired efforts. But we all know that this is impossible. We can see it from the students of Xavier's School for Gifted People. All powerful mutants need to go through a long training process. There are geniuses in this world, but God only gives geniuses a ladder to climb, instead of letting them stand directly on the top of the mountain. People can see the traces of those geniuses climbing step by step, and people's fear of climbing dangerous peaks makes them unqualified to envy those geniuses. Because they know that even if they are given the same talents, they can't do such a thing. Captain Rogers' 3 points objectively summarize the situation of opposition between mutants and ordinary people in today's society. Leegi nodded, but Captain, why do you think it is a good thing for Katie to establish a mutant country? Rogers stood up, walked behind Charles, pressed his shoulder and said, because from now on, conflicts among mutants will no longer be simple ethnic or personal conflicts. Mutants who have become citizens of this country will become a political event for any discrimination and insults against the citizens of this country. Of course, this change will not be immediate. It is a long-term mechanism. But Katie has played a very important role in this, especially for maintaining stability between mutants and ordinary people. Captain Rogers looked around at everyone. Because she established a mutant country, this incident will be used to completely disintegrate a Brotherhood of Mutants. The Brotherhood of Mutants' recent troubles are also the main reason why ordinary people have become increasingly hostile to mutants. For politicians, especially those politicians now, most of them don't have such a long-term vision. Many people only consider their own positions. For them, interests are the first priority. It is meaningless to touch a mutant country that has no interests. Even the United States. Unless the president is willing to use a nuclear weapon to directly wipe Tuvalu off the earth, any attack on Tuvalu may turn into a Palestinian-Israeli conflict. And what the outcome of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict is, I believe everyone knows. Captain Rogers said while walking around in the conference room. Katie's establishment of a new mutant country is beneficial to us to some extent. Because of Nightwalker's plan, all Earth governments will soon know that Earth civilization is not alone, and there are many terrifying alien civilizations that are in it. Unite all the forces that can be united. This is what the Earth civilization countries need to do. Captain Rogers clapped his hands. What Katie's new country needs to do now is to keep a low profile. In particular, we must not allow the Brotherhood of Mutants to have a chance to invade. Otherwise, it will trigger all kinds of terrible chain reactions. Captain Rogers said at last. The most troublesome thing now is the problem of mutants losing control of their abilities. This depends on you, Dr. Hank. Hank pushed his black-framed glasses. In fact, drugs in this area have been studied all the time. Especially after getting financial support from Tony, the research progress has accelerated a lot. And let me correct what the captain just said about ordinary people being jealous of mutants' abilities. In fact, not all mutants' abilities are very useful or very powerful. In fact, among the mutants in the world, nearly half of the mutants have abilities that are so weak that they can be ignored. And among the remaining half, most of them are not strong enough, or the sudden mutant abilities are not very useful at all. Hank pushed his black-framed glasses again while speaking. Leegi suddenly became very interested. What kind of useless mutant abilities do you mean? Leegi has not really seen useless mutant abilities until now. Well, for example, there was a student before. His mutant ability allows him to make a huge noise when he farts, making the farts sound particularly loud. We have been helping him to control the volume of his farts. When talking about this, Charles's face changed obviously, but quickly returned to normal. This reminded Leegi of the face changing in Citroen Opera. Hank continued, another student's mutant ability is that when he burps, he will spray out foul-smelling gas, the kind that smells from the large intestine. I think you should know what that is. And mutants with these abilities actually account for the majority. After Hank finished speaking, he pushed his black-framed glasses again. Leegi looked at Hank and Charles, and silently said in his heart, mutants are really a strange race. Chapter 443, Everyone Takes Their Places and Ender's Game. Charles still had some selfish motives. Regarding Katie's establishment of a mutant nation, he still hoped that Katie would succeed. Because from a certain perspective, Katie had accomplished what he had always wanted to accomplish. So Charles was unusually silent at this meeting, because he was afraid that he would say something biased as soon as he opened his mouth. Fortunately, other people in the Illuminati, including Captain Rogers and Lee G, had a relatively good attitude towards what Katie did. Needless to say, Lee G had a very good personal relationship with Katie. And he also liked this smiling girl very much. From a personal perspective, Lee G really had no reason to cause trouble for Katie. Moreover, there always needed to be a solution to the mutant issue. Magneto's mutant revolution should not be too radical, and Charles' peaceful evolution was gentle, but it took too long. Without 100 or 200 years, it would be impossible to achieve the goal that Charles wanted to achieve. And many things would become more complicated once the time was dragged on for too long. Katie's mutant country can be said to be a middle value between Magneto's radicals and Charles' moderates. It is not so aggressive, but not negative either, and proactive enough. If it is handled well, maybe the whole thing will have a more positive impact. Captain Rogers also has a similar attitude to this matter as Lee G. And he thinks more deeply about politicians. In the past 6 months after waking up, he has been accustomed to the faces of politicians in modern society. Ugly and unbearable, the leaders in the war era each have their own charm and courage. Compared with the politicians in this peaceful era who only consider how to maximize their own interests and how to make their rights more stable, their thoughts and ideas are completely different. For the current politicians, most of them are not the kind of people who plan for the overall situation and eternity. Relatively short-sighted, can only see interests. So for Captain Rogers, he doesn't think that any country will start a war or anything like that when a new mutant country is established. Who will do something that is not profitable? How much money does it cost to fight a war, and how many people will die? Moreover, attacking Tuvalu is obviously a blood loss business with no profit at all. There is no reward if you win, and you have to consider the problem of taking the blame if you lose. Who would be so stupid as to do this? Attack a group of poor mutant countries, and then be accused by your political opponents of waging war at will. Then be driven out of the political circle and withdraw from the center of power. Everyone has his own little tricks in his mind. This is not a war era. No country can concentrate all its forces like in World War II. In the war era, the president's power expanded, and even at some times he could have the final say. But in normal times, try it. Whether it is Congress, local state legislatures, or those governors and mayors, do you want to touch their power at will? As long as anyone has such an idea, he will be knocked to the ground by this group of vested interests the next day. For Congress, the worst state of the country is to enter a state of total war. This means that the power of Congress will be reduced and a new round of power politics will be reshuffled. This is how the world is. When faced with personal desires, many people will put public power below their own desires. So Captain Rogers is not afraid of a national war at all. The only thing worth worrying about is the terrorists among mutants, that is, the forces of the Brotherhood of Mutants. If they forcibly provoke a war, it will be difficult to extinguish once the fuse is ignited. Then there is Rogers' old friend, the Hydra organization among humans. The Red Skull is a thorough extremist, Hydra is supreme. At the same time, he is also a radical persecutor of mutants, and he hates mutants by nature. This also allows Hydra to implement his policy. If Hydra also enters this chaotic situation, the chain reaction that will occur in the future will be too terrible. Therefore, Rogers feels it is necessary to make a detailed reminder in this regard. The establishment of the new mutant country actually gives us all an opportunity to integrate the contradictions between mutants and ordinary people. This will be a crisis, but it may also be a turning point. Captain Rogers pinched Professor Charles' shoulder and said seriously, "But I feel that relying on a group of high school students is always a little unsafe. Professor, I think it's time for you to help them behind the scenes. At least we can't let this new country be invaded by unnecessary enemies, such as the Brotherhood of Mutants or Hydra." Charles patted Rogers' hand on his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of these children." When Rogers and Charles finished talking, Lee G glanced at Tony and said, "At the same time, I think we need some power to make the final decision. If the situation reaches the worst point, such as a total war, we must be able to intervene in their war." Lee G threw the ball to Tony, who curled his lips and said, "Don't worry about this. I have found quite a lot of clues in my father's information recently. Including some information left by the Brotherhood of Aegis. I dug it out bit by bit. A long time ago, Newton, My father and other scientists have considered the invasion of the Earth. They designed the first set of Starfleet blueprints, some very powerful blueprints. Tony was staring at Li Ji while saying these words. I found them recently and made some appropriate improvements. I think we can speed up the production of a batch of such warships at our base on Venus. This will ensure that we have the force to interfere with the outbreak of a full-scale war at the appropriate time. That's very good, Tony. Captain Rogers nodded to Tony. Charles and Hank did not find any flaws in Tony's words. Of course there would be no flaws, because this was something Tony and Li Ji had practiced repeatedly. This time, it just happened to be thrown out with the incident of Katie's founding of the country. Well, everyone. We need to take our positions and do our own things. I will be responsible for manufacturing the warships. Tony clapped his hands and said. Then I will go to get first-hand information from within the government and be ready to stabilize the politicians and the situation at any time. This is Captain Rogers' responsibility. Then Hank and I will talk to the children about the problem of the new country. Now that they have calmed to this point, we can't let them mess around. Charles and Hank looked at each other. Well, the other members of the Illuminati seemed to have important things to do, but when it came to Li Ji, everyone seemed to find that he had nothing to do. Seeing everyone's eyes all cast on him, Li Ji waved his hand quickly. Please, don't look at me like that, as if I'm here to eat for free. I also have very important things to do. Li Ji said quickly. Hank pushed his black-framed glasses, and the eyes behind the glasses looked at Li Ji sharply and asked, what is it? Li Ji pointed at Tony. Mr. Iron Man arranged a video game. If I don't get a perfect evaluation in this game, he will not let me go. Tony on the side nodded in cooperation, indicating that what Li Ji said was true. But then again, at such a tense moment, you are still in the mood to play video games? Nightwalker and Iron Man, is it really okay for you to do this? Everyone is busy with something important, okay? Captain Rogers said confusedly. What game? Li Ji looked at the puzzled eyes of the other three and knew what they were thinking. Originally, this was supposed to be a surprise, or shock, for everyone after he and Tony finished it, but now he had to say, Ender's Game. 3 more updates. Chapter 444 When Professor X Becomes a Gaming Otaku. Ender's Game. Captain Rogers continued to be confused, while Charles and Hank did not quite understand what Li Ji was saying. Li Ji and Tony looked at each other and found that there was indeed a certain generation gap between them and these elderly people, including Captain Rogers. Ender's Game, a very famous science fiction novel, a Hugo Award winner. It was adapted into a movie a few years ago, didn't you know? Li Ji originally thought that as long as he said the name, they would understand what he and Tony were going to do. Captain Rogers and the other three shook their heads together, expressing their confusion. So what is that? I have only read science fiction novels like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea and Journey to the Center of the Earth. Well, to put it simply, this is a war simulation game. You know, if we form an interstellar fleet, we need someone to control it. Tony had to stand up and explain. And I don't think such force is suitable for others. So we need to use a special way to control this interstellar fleet. Li Ji also nodded. Yes, that's about it. Tony and I found inspiration in the classic science fiction novel Ender's Game. Including the combination of AR and VR technology, we can use a method similar to real-time strategy games to control the fleet to fight wars. In simple terms, the future interstellar fleet will mostly be an unmanned fleet. Relying on the super AI computing power, a super cloud computing power will be established. Each warship is a separate independent computing array. The more arrays there are, the stronger the computing power will be. At the same time, this system will be separated from the Jarvis that Tony has been using. Tony nodded and confirmed this. In the future, the new AI used by the Venus base will be completely disconnected from the Jarvis on Earth. The future data system will be divided into the Earth part and the Venus part. I have made more improvements to the new AI using Jarvis code. Although it is still in the testing stage, it is already expected. Tony's separation of 2 different artificial intelligences was obviously for safety reasons, so everyone understood his intention. So, your new AI will be the intelligent auxiliary system of this fleet? What is the new AI called? Professor Charles asked curiously. Yes, Professor, you are right. She is indeed our main auxiliary AI in the future, and her name is Friday. Tony spread his hands. Li Ji has never thought that this is a good name. although he knows that the name Friday comes from a character in Robinson Crusoe. But it always feels a bit bad to put this name on a female AI. Yes, the new AI is an AI with a female personality, which is different from Jarvis's gentle male personality. The female personality AI designed by Tony seems more aloof, and inexplicably looks a bit like Pepper Potts. Lee Ji is too lazy to speculate on Tony's own bad taste. Anyway, as long as Mr. Iron Man is happy. At present, the entire control system is still in the experimental stage. A lot of experimental tests are required. I will leave these things to Nightcrawler. He said he is good at playing strategic games. Just experiment. Mr. Iron Man said nonchalantly. It seems that he treated Lee Ji as a guinea pig for experiment. So, my friends, I still have a lot of work to do now. Debug bugs for Tony's new game or something. Lee Ji pointed at Professor Charles. Professor, I heard that you also play World of Warcraft? Charles glanced at Hank. Who leaked the fact that he played World of Warcraft? This is really a difficult question to guess. Facing Charles' gaze, Dr. Hank turned his head away and unconsciously pushed his black-framed glasses. Lee Ji looked at the silent communication between Charles and Hank and smiled. Professor, according to the original plan, it would be best for your super brain to control everything. But now things have changed. Katie's new country still needs your special instructions. So I'm afraid you can't spare enough time for such cooperation and training. Charles breathed a sigh of relief. It's best not to let me do these things. I can't play real-time strategy games. Let you young people with a hand speed of 1000 APM play. Lee Ji shrugged, glanced at Tony, then turned his head and continued to Charles. But Professor, you'd better practice first-person shooter games when you have time. Because sometimes, when we need precise shooting, we need a weapons officer with super mental lock-in who can observe every subtle change. So if you are free, can you take the time to play this kind of game? Charles frowned. I seldom play this kind of game. It doesn't matter, I can lend you my game discs and Steam account. For example, the Battlefield series, Borderlands series, Bulletstorm, Call of Duty, and Medal of Honor. There are also CS Online version and Overwatch. Well, if we are free, maybe we should take the time to use Eve to train on the Interstellar War mode. It happens that I have all these games, the genuine Steam version or the game discs for PS4 and XBox 360. If you don't have a game console, I can also lend it to you. When you are helping Katie manage the new country, you can take the time to play this kind of game. I heard that Cyclops is also an excellent FPS game master. Why not let him give you proper guidance? What Lee Ji said made Professor Charles' head explode. He even played World of Warcraft in his private office. He never went to the Super Network classroom, specially built in Xavier School, for gifted students to play with students. Because as the principal, Charles had to cultivate his own dignity. Although he always had a very kind image, appropriate dignity was also necessary. And Lee Ji asked him to find Scott to practice how to play FPS games. Where is the teacher's dignity? Charles could only cough twice. I think I should be able to practice it myself. Maybe I don't need to find Scott. After that, Charles looked at Hank again. Who leaked the fact that he played World of Warcraft? How strange. Lee Ji shrugged. Okay, since you insist. I will send the game to you later. This time the Illuminati started in a serious atmosphere, but ended in a weird atmosphere. Everyone has their own duties and things to do. In addition to the Illuminati's affairs, everyone actually has other things to do. For example, Captain Rogers and SHIELD's negotiations with the military are coming to an end. For example, Tony is now busy with a new round of Stark Industrial Expo. And Lee Ji not only educates Thor, but is also ready to educate Logan at any time. In addition to playing strategy games and other things, there is another more important thing to do. This is a very important event for all high school students, that is, the high school graduation prom is about to begin. Chapter 445, Prom and Summer League. Prom is a very important event for many American high school students. Because in many cases, graduating from high school means that the child has become an adult. Whether you are going to college or preparing to work. After high school, for most people in this country, it means that you can leave your family and start living alone. Because if you go out to work independently, it goes without saying that many young people will choose to rent a house outside after having independent financial income, and try to start leaving their families and their parents' care for them. If you go to college, you may live farther away from home. And studying in a prestigious school in the United States has never been a small expense. Take Peter Parker as an example. His uncle and aunt have an annual income of more than $80,000, which is considered to be a middle-class income in the United States. But after deducting the expenses, if you want to support Peter to study at a prestigious school, such as New York University or MIT, Peter also needs the school to provide a full scholarship to meet the needs. If the school cannot provide a full scholarship, but only a half scholarship, then Peter will have to seek help from a high amount of student loans. Then when he is still unemployed, he may be in debt of tens of thousands of dollars. But for Peter Parker now, the more than $100,000 spent on 4 years of college has become a small amount of money. His copyright as Spider-Man has brought him nearly $1 million in income, about equal to Hawkeye's income in 10 years. And this is the income that can be taken after tax. Even if part of this has to be used to maintain the expenses of the Night Watch base and do charity projects. But the remaining money is enough for Peter to have no worries about food and clothing in the 4 years of college. So he refused the more than $20,000 of college preparation prepared by Uncle Ben for him. I got a full scholarship from New York University and also found a suitable part-time job. I can support myself through the 4 years of college with my own hands. So Uncle, this money can allow you and Aunt May to go on a trip. For example, go to Europe or Los Angeles for a trip. Peter refused the cash check handed by Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben and Aunt May are still very happy that Peter is becoming more and more independent and mature now. Young swallows always have a day to leave the nest, and young birds will eventually fly high. Peter, get in the car. It was Lee Ji who came to pick up Peter to attend the high school graduation party. He has always been low-key and has always driven his second-hand Ford. Even after he founded Marvel Comics, he has never changed his car. Because he is used to driving the old car, he doesn't think there's any need to change it. But today, as the last graduation dance of high school, Lee Ji was high profile for the first time. He drove the floating car produced by Stark Industries Group given by Pepper. The metallic red mirror paint and the supercar appearance that is more explosive than the Lamborghini Venom are definitely eye-catching when driving on the road. The maximum speed of this floating car can reach 600 kilometers per hour. At the same time, if the safety height limit device is removed, it can be suspended at a height of 15 meters. Of course, it is illegal to do so. It can be said that this car truly embodies the saying, "This car is not running too fast, but flying too low." The model of this car is the most high-end model of the floating car launched by Stark Group in the world. It is limited to 500 units worldwide. The model is Sleipnir, which is the name of the eight-legged divine horse in mythology. At present, this car is only a toy of a small number of wealthy people in the world. If it weren't for Lee Ji's matchmaking between Stark Group and Osborne Group, he might not be able to afford this world's top supercar with his current income. Except for the time when Loki drove it out and made Thor vomit, Lee Ji himself had never driven it. Now that it was the last high school reunion, it didn't matter whether he was high profile or low profile. He could do whatever he wanted. Cool, you should have driven this car a long time ago. Instead of driving your broken Ford. Peter said in admiration while sitting in Le Bunier's car, looking at the exquisite and technological interior. Since you like it so much, why don't you drive today? I remember you got your driver's license. Lee Ji said as he left the driver's seat and motioned Peter to change seats with him. Peter patted Lee Ji on the shoulder. Thanks, buddy. I've wanted to try the feeling of this supercar for a long time. Peter hurriedly exchanged positions with Lee Ji. Holding the steering wheel, Peter felt great. Lee Ji looked at Peter who was holding the steering wheel but not driving, and urged him, "Enough, my superhero. Can you drive now? Can we feel the interior of this car next time?" "Oh, okay. Actually, no." Peter hesitated. "I just can't find the ignition start button and clutch of this car." Lee Ji slapped his head helplessly, hoping that there would be no car accident later. When Peter drove the suspension sports car to the graduation dance in the school auditorium without any danger, this super cool suspension sports car became the focus of everyone. There were nearly 200 students from the entire senior year of high school who came to attend the graduation dance. Almost everyone who passed by and saw this car wanted to take a photo and post it on Weibo. Young people's love for supercars is not gender specific. This kind of cool thing is just likable. At the same time, Harry was also driven to school by the driver in a Bentley. He looked at the Lebunier floating supercar that Li Ji drove and whistled. What? Have you figured it out? Don't you want to leave this nice car in the garage to collect dust? Li Ji shrugged. It doesn't matter. I'm about to graduate anyway. Is this the last time of adolescence to be arrogant? Peter and Harry smiled silently. For the other classmates of the three people now, the small social circle formed by these three people can't be inserted into other people at all. Although it can be said that whether it is Li Ji, Harry or Peter, the three of them are warm and polite to others. But for these three people, other classmates and friends are just classmates and friends. They have not really risen to the level of buddies. The core circle formed by these three partners will not let others easily enter. Especially when the three people have achieved considerable achievements before they graduated from high school. Many people now regret not building a good relationship with the three people in high school. Harry is naturally needless to say. As the only heir to the global supergroup, this kid has always been a child of destiny. Even if others work hard for a lifetime, they probably can't reach his current height. And Peter Parker originally looked like a nerd with a little brain, but he was a bookworm who studied hard. This kind of person always plays the role of being bullied by the football team, baseball team, basketball team, film club, and rock club in school. Well, this is how it is usually said in Hollywood movies. But now this guy who seems to be just a little smart has been directly admitted to New York University in advance, and several of his papers on biological research have been published in professional subject magazines. Although only the worst pages were given. But being able to be published in professional subject magazines is an honor in itself. Because being published in such subject magazines is specifically for scientists to accumulate points. Most people may not be able to be selected for the articles they publish after they become graduate students, doctors, or even professors. But Peter Parker, a high school student, has an article selected. Does this mean that a new scientist is about to rise? For the school, this is something worth celebrating, and the school leaders are even planning it. If Peter Parker can publish a few articles of the same quality during his college years, the school will award him the title of honorary alumnus. Many people who look down on nerds began to regret a little. Why didn't they get involved with such a big man in the future? As for Li Ji, more people have a deeper resentment towards him. If Harry has an extraordinary background and Peter has a genius mind, then what does Li Ji have? He looks good, but not so good that women will marry him. He is strong, but not as strong as the perverts in the football team. His grades are between B+ and A, between average and excellent. He is smarter than the average person, but not so smart that he is against the sky. But his current achievements are envied by many classmates. Opening a fast food truck can become a legend of urban food in New York, and let a group of gourmets line up to eat his dishes. He opened a comic company, and in just over half a year, he collected the copyrights of a lot of superheroes. And now he also has the copyright of Captain Rogers, the most valuable IP. Entertainment companies including Sony, Disney, Paramount, etc. have begun to contact this originally small comic company, discussing buying copyrights to adapt movies, animations and peripherals. According to rumors, this guy is also related to Tony Stark. For example, the limited edition supercar he is driving now is a gift from the Stark Group. This makes Li Ji's classmates feel crazy. How did a person who seems to be only relatively excellent but not so amazing get to where he is now? Although he just graduated from high school, the achievements Li Ji has achieved are already a height that many people can never reach in their lifetime. Of course, this group of classmates do not know Li Ji's other identity, as well as his plans with the Illuminati. Otherwise, I am afraid that many people would shout I have lived in vain, and then commit suicide. Life is a struggle, and you can't live without madness. A life without struggle is always incomplete, especially when you have some special abilities. Li Ji believes in this sentence, so his life is full of struggle. The system only brought him a starting step, and what really made him step by step to where he is now is still himself. Sitting in the sofa booth in the auditorium, Li Ji and two friends drank carbonated drinks, because they are not yet of legal drinking age, so the school dance will not provide alcoholic beverages, and discussed some things. After rejecting the fourth wave of girls who invited them to dance, all the girls present were sure that these three guys must be gay. Otherwise, why didn't these guys dance with them when they were so pretty? They even said that something would happen after the dance. All the pretty girls were confident in their charm, and they couldn't stand being rejected by the opposite sex, which was a bit hurtful to their self-esteem. So they could only blame everything on gays. A big reason why Harry and Peter didn't get entangled with other girls was that they had girlfriends. Harry knew very well what the girls who rushed to him were thinking. He was not the dissolute Tony Stark when he was young. Although he was as young, rich and handsome as Tony when he was young, Harry was much more stable than Tony back then. He didn't feel like lingering on the flowers like Tony, especially after he had Mary Jane. Peter was afraid that Gwen would suddenly ask about the graduation dance one day, and he couldn't make up a good lie to cover it up. You know, Gwen's brain is too smart. As for Lee Ji, he didn't even look at the other girls. In addition to chatting with his two friends, he was always paying attention to another girl at 9 o'clock. This girl was called Roland. She was a classmate of the same grade but different class. Coincidentally, this girl was the one that Captain Rogers asked him to secretly protect. As long as there was a problem with the captain's manpower mobilization, the Night Watch would send someone to mobilize and protect her. Hey, I know you're on a mission, but this is a graduation party, man. Can you stop staring at that girl? There are 3 of us here, you don't need to be so serious. Peter waved his hand in front of Lee Ji. Don't forget, there is a beautiful magician living in your house. This has made me dare not go to your house to play games during this period. Peter complained. Harry smiled and said, relax, man. This is the graduation dance. The 2 of us are not going to dance, but why don't you find a pretty girl to dance with? Maybe something will happen later. Look at the way those hot girls are looking at you. Tiffany from the basketball cheerleading team is looking at you, waiting for you to ask her to dance. If you take the initiative, I think something should happen. Harry instigated Lee Ji with ill intentions. Lee Ji took a sip of the Coke in his cup and said, didn't you hear what Peter just said? There's a beautiful wizard living in my house. Lee Ji shook his head and smiled. I just looked at Roland because she gave me a special feeling. I can't tell why. I just felt that Roland, who was drinking water quietly over there, was a little strange. Every time I saw her eyes, I always felt that she could see through something. I also had this feeling several times when I was protecting her in secret. You think too much, man. My spider sense has never worked on her. You just simply think that other girls are beautiful. So hesitate between the female wizard and the female classmate. Peter said, and bumped Lee Ji's chest with his elbow. Don't describe me as a playboy like Tony Stark, okay? Lee Ji waved his hand. Since he didn't even think about the spider sense, it seemed that he really thought too much. Oh, right. Peter seemed to have just remembered something, and he took out a few tickets from his arms. This is what Eugene Thompson gave me when I met him before. Our school basketball team has entered the quarterfinals of the Summer League. The game is held in New York. Our school's quarterfinals will be held at the Knicks Garden. Thompson gave me the tickets. Do you want to go and watch it? Lee Ji took a ticket from Peter and handed one to Harry at the same time. Why not go? The NBA is over. It's better to watch the high school summer league finals than the preseason and the terrible NBA development league games. Harry looked at the ticket and said, it seems that Thompson's apology is really sincere. This is the best view in the first 5 rows. After Peter, Lee Ji and Harry looked at each other, Lee Ji said with emotion, well, it won't kill anyone to go to a game. The world is not on the verge of destruction, and we still have to live a normal life. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446 Weird Girl. Madison Square Garden in New York is the home of the NBA New York Knicks. Backed by the megacity of New York with a population of more than 20 million, the Knicks have a super large market. The purchasing power of New York fans is also the top in the league. This makes the Knicks the richest team in the league. Player salaries can easily exceed $100 million. The salary cap is exceeded every year, and a sky-high luxury tax is paid every year. But the boss doesn't care, anyway. The Knicks have plenty of money thanks to the big market in New York. Madison Square Garden is also one of the best stadiums built in the league. The only thing that makes New York citizens unhappy is that the Knicks haven't won the championship for a long time. It's been so long that New York citizens have forgotten when the last NBA championship parade was. This also makes New York fans the most loyal and the least loyal in the entire league. They are loyal because the Knicks market is the most profitable among all the NBA teams. No matter how bad the game is, There are always fans willing to pay to watch the Knicks games. Buy the uniforms of Knicks stars. The reason why New York fans are said to be the least loyal is that as long as the visiting team plays a good game, New York fans will applaud the visiting team, and even boo the Knicks players when the Knicks do not perform well. This kind of thing has happened before. So New York fans can be said to be one of the most bizarre fan groups in the world. Obviously, the team is not playing well, but there are still people who spend a lot of money to watch the game. You know, NBA tickets are not cheap, especially the playoffs are more expensive. New York fans obviously feel uncomfortable watching the Knicks play, but they still go to the scene to watch the game to make themselves uncomfortable. Maybe being abused is inertial? They get used to being abused by the Knicks' performance. In this regard, Knicks fans are similar to fans of the Chinese national football team. Of course, Madison Square Garden will not be idle during the days when the NBA is suspended. Including the NBA Development League in preseason games, they must be played. But these two games are too watery, and basically not many fans are willing to watch them. Those who come to watch the game are either true fans, or they are worried that the tickets for the NBA main game are too expensive. I bought these cheap tickets specifically to experience the fun of watching the game live. However, compared to those development league games that are so mediocre, the National High School Summer League every summer is also quite eye-catching. In fact, in the United States, where basketball culture is quite developed, the level and intensity of the high school league games can be compared with many other national team games. Especially the games after the quarterfinals are more enjoyable to watch. Because winning the honor of being the #1 high school student in American basketball is something that few young people would refuse. Everyone tried their best in these games and tried their best to win the championship. This kind of fighting spirit is incomparable to the Development League and the NBA preseason. Especially in this year's Summer League, the local Metropolitan High School in New York made it to the top 8 and has a good chance of winning the championship. Power forward Thompson is a very comprehensive player, and NBA scouts have already found him. As long as he goes to college for 1 year, he can participate in the NAB draft. NBA regulations stipulate that high school students cannot directly participate in the NBA draft, and must go to college for 1 year or something. Many scouts give Thompson the player template of LeBron James. He can break through and pass the ball to track double teaming, he can make mid-range shots with good accuracy, and he can pass the ball to organize the offense. It can be said that Thompson is highly evaluated. Thompson has a promising future now, much better than his stepfather who only won the Best Sixth Man award in his career. Some basketball shoe manufacturers are ready to take the initiative and sign an endorsement contract with Thompson after he wins the championship and MVP. Even if he can't enter the NBA until next year, there are manufacturers willing to pay a year's endorsement fee for nothing. If Thompson is signed now, it will definitely be much cheaper than signing a contract after Thompson becomes more and more famous in the future. Even if a year's worth of contract value is wasted, it is worth it. Because a local high school in New York has made it to the quarterfinals and has a chance to win the championship. There are quite a lot of fans in New York who come to support the game of Metropolitan High School. After all, winning the Summer League championship is also a championship. It is much better than the Knicks' 1-round or 2-round playoffs in recent years. Therefore, the attendance rate of Madison Square Garden, a stadium that can accommodate more than 18,000 people, was quite high today. Although it was only the quarterfinals of the high school league, the attendance rate was at least 80%, with nearly 15,000 fans filling the entire stadium. This once again shows the spending power of New York fans. Even for high school sports leagues, they are willing to pay to watch. Of course, part of the reason is that there are no other important sports games in New York City today. There are no baseball games or football games scheduled this weekend. So many fans and sports enthusiasts choose to watch high school games to kill time on the weekend. Luigi, who was sitting on the sidelines, glanced at Peter and Harry next to him, pointed to the front and said, "Look, the man in the first 2 rows seems to be the assistant coach of the Knicks. I saw this guy on TV, and he also came to watch Thompson's game. I heard that the Knicks have talked to Thompson. They hope that Thompson will join New York University for a year, and then the Knicks will select him in the draft next year. The Knicks have a first-round 3rd pick. If Thompson really listens to the Knicks' advice, he will be able to get a 3rd pick in the NBA next year." Peter glanced at the Knicks' assistant coach in front of him and said to the two, "It seems that after reconciling with Thompson, His relationship with Thompson has become much more harmonious. Thompson even told Peter about this kind of thing. Today, the team playing against Metropolitan High School is the old high school powerhouse, Oak High School basketball team. Metropolitan High School is a rising star team that has never won a championship. Oak High School is an old and strong team that has won many championships in history and has trained many outstanding NBA players. The game was very intense from the beginning. Metropolitan High School played the run-and-gun tactics commonly used in the league, with a fast pace and high scores. This made Metropolitan High School's games very entertaining. Oak High School, on the other hand, played a textbook positional war. Because high school players are not NBA players after all, the run-and-gun tactics still require a relatively high level of team players. Although the scores are high and the game is highly entertaining, it is also easy to make various mistakes because the pace is too fast. Oak High School wants an absolute victory rather than simple entertainment. So they would rather play each quarter for 30 seconds. Each attack in high school and college games is 30 seconds, not 24 seconds in the NBA. They would rather make the whole game ugly than speed up the pace. This style of play has somewhat disrupted the rhythm of Metropolitan High School's game. Since the center won the jump ball, Metropolitan High School scored a fast break at the beginning of the game. The rest of the time was disrupted by Oak High School's full-court press. After the first quarter, the score between the two teams was only 23-18. Metropolitan High School was 5 points behind. This slow-paced offense was extremely ugly, and the fans in the stadium booed Oak High School. But the coach of the other team didn't care. As long as they could win, what did it matter if they played ugly? Come on, Thompson. Beat those guys. Show the same momentum you used to beat me. Peter and his team were seated in the fifth row. The players of Metropolitan High School could hear his shouting at Thompson. In addition to ordinary fans, there were also many classmates from Metropolitan High School who came to watch the game. Everyone supported their own school team. Peter's shouting inspired many other classmates to cheer. Before the start of the second quarter, the whole stadium began to cheer strongly. Perhaps the cheering of classmates began to help the Metropolitan High School team, which had been somewhat lost, find its direction. Thompson, who had no form in the first quarter, began to show his power. At the beginning of the game, he used his sharp breakthrough to track the opponent's double-teaming, but missed the defense at the bottom corner three-point line. Thompson's beautiful fake move tricked two defensive players to jump together. He then threw a back pass to his teammates at the bottom corner three-point line. Swish! Water splashed and the ball went into the net. A very beautiful three-pointer. Since the first beautiful assist, Thompson has been unstoppable. Just 1.5 minutes into the second quarter, a three-step layup caused a foul. He scored a 2+1. After that, Thompson was like a god, with mid-range shots, breakthroughs, slam dunks and back-to-the-basket singles. Anyway, he was hot and he was successful no matter how he played. The team coach also saw that Thompson was now hot and crazy. So he gave Thompson unlimited shooting rights and the whole team surrounded him as the core offensive point. As long as the opponent dared to double-team Thompson, he would definitely miss someone. Thompson is a power forward with passing ability and a wide field of vision. As long as Thompson is double-teamed, he will definitely pass the ball and assist. If Thompson is not double-teamed, any defensive player of Oak High School cannot defend him one-on-one. When playing against small guys, Thompson can use his body to take the lead, and when playing against big guys, he will just pull out and shoot mid-range shots. In the second quarter alone, Thompson scored 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. The fans were excited. The assistant coach of the Knicks nodded his head. Such an outstanding player can become the core of the Knicks reconstruction in 1 or 2 years with a little training. In the second half of the third quarter, the score was 65-55, and Metropolitan High School had already surpassed by 10 points. The coach replaced Thompson, who had played for 25 minutes, and let him rest, and replaced him with a substitute. When Thompson left the court, he had already scored 27 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists. There was still enough time for him to hide a triple-double. When the game was not so intense, Luigi looked at Peter, who had just cheered for the school team and almost shouted hoarse, and asked, "Do you two want a drink? I'm going to buy some." "Harry, Sprite, thank you." Peter said hoarsely, "Gatorade, thank you. I think cheering on the sidelines is more tiring than playing on the court myself." Li Ji walked out of the audience helplessly and went to the vending machine placed in the empty corridor outside the court to buy a drink. Just as Li Ji was leaving the audience, a girl who had been watching Li Ji from a distance also followed Li Ji out of the audience. She was Roland, who the Night Watch had been helping the captain to secretly protect. Today, as it was the Metropolitan Middle School team's game, she was also pulled by her friends to cheer for the school team. Roland could see Li Ji from a distance in the audience. Or to be more precise, the messy timeline above Li Ji's head that looked like a spider web. When Li Ji was about to toss a coin to buy Sprite, Coke and Gatorade, the girl named Roland suddenly walked up to Li Ji and said, "Jason Lee. You are one of the people sent to protect me secretly, right? You are also a masked hero." Roland's tone was very gentle, but what she said startled Li Ji. "What did you say?" "Don't be surprised. Captain Rogers asked you to protect me secretly, believing that you are a trustworthy person. And I am protected by them. Aren't you curious why they want you to protect me?" Roland said to herself, completely ignoring whether Li Ji was listening to her, "If I say that there will be a huge and terrible accident in today's game, do you think you can believe me?" Roland looked at Li Ji sincerely, and the two simply looked at each other in the corridor of the 5 people. Li Ji felt that he must be crazy, or his ears were broken. P.S. May 1st is the period of double monthly tickets, and I ask all book friends to vote for more monthly tickets. If you lag behind others too much during the double monthly tickets, then there is basically no great possibility of catching up after the double. This book will be on the front page of Kidian on the 23rd of this month. I can't let the performance of this book be too bad by then. During the May Day holiday, I will try my best to ensure 3 updates, or an update of 8,000 words. Sometimes I will write a long chapter to avoid affecting the reading experience. I believe you all know this. I am relatively credible, so please vote for me. Chapter 447. Can you really change the future? Roland and Li Ji stared at each other in this empty corridor. The vending machine had already dispensed the drinks that Li Ji had just selected. 3 bottles of drinks fell into the basket at the outlet of the vending machine, making a bang-bang sound. The hustle and bustle in the basketball stadium seemed to be quiet in an instant. Li Ji felt that Roland was a very strange girl, so strange that she didn't fit in with the style of this world. Although she was standing in front of him and talking, "Are you doubting what I said?" Roland looked at Li Ji quietly. "You don't have to worry about other people eavesdropping or anything here," Roland said quietly, "because I can see a lot of things that others can't see." Li Ji stretched out his hand to stop Roland. "Enough, classmate Roland, no matter what tricks you want to play. Or is this a prank before graduation or something? Just consider it my admission of defeat. I can buy you a bottle of drink, but don't say these weird things anymore, okay?" Li Ji said as he picked up a bottle of Coke and threw it to Roland, and at the same time he bought a new bottle. Roland caught the Coke that Li Ji threw to her. She walked slowly past Li Ji and said, "Whether you want to listen or not, some things will remain there quietly and will not change. Just like you handed me the Coke after I said those words to you. Do you know why all this is?" Roland's footsteps were light, because the past determines the future. No matter how people think they can change the future, in fact, the future has been determined when they think about this problem. The past is solidified, and the future is flowing. When the roaring river is blocked under layers of ice, everything starts to move in a fixed direction. It doesn't matter whether you are Jason or some other masked hero. Roland twisted the Coke and took a sip. "I just want to tell you one thing, I can see things you can't see. The blue past and the golden future. The timeline of the past is intertwined into a chain, and the golden future slowly loses its vitality in the azure past." Roland's words made Li Ji frown. He believed that S.H.I.E.L.D. had a reason to protect this girl. Especially after Nick was dismissed, Captain Rogers did not even believe some of the agents in S.H.I.E.L.D., but asked his trusted agents and external aid organizations such as Night Watch to help. If what Roland said is true, and she can see the timeline, then her importance will be self-evident. She must be at the highest level. It is estimated that only a few people in S.H.I.E.L.D. know her existence. But why did she talk to him for no reason? Li Ji felt puzzled. Was he really exposed? Even if he was exposed, why did she tell him this? What we think, what we do. When everything we do solidifies into the past, it has already determined the birth of the future. Just like if I drink half a bottle of Coke in one breath, I will definitely burp in a while. Roland shook the Coke in her hand, and some bubbles came out of the carbonated Coke. That's because of the effect of carbon dioxide, that's all. Li Ji shook his head. But Roland disagreed with Li Ji's statement. It's not just carbon dioxide, it's the future. Because I made this choice, I got this future. The past determines the future. Because I can see it, I know it. Everything is so powerless. I know what is going to happen, but I can't stop it. Because the future has been locked in the past. Even if I see the future, it is just a part of the calculation of the future. Roland drank Coke in big gulps, drinking half a bottle in one breath. Then he burped happily. She didn't think it was disgraceful for a beautiful girl to do such a thing. She just laughed heartily, but there was an inexplicable frenzy in her tone. Look, life is so boring. When you know the ending of everything, you are powerless to change it. You can only be a controlled chess piece, being swayed and changed at will. I saw the trouble that S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick Fury would face before, the guy about the half-vampire Deacon Firth. I reminded them, but the ending remained the same. Nothing changed. I flicked the wonderful timeline, but could only succumb to it all. We, everyone. We are just puppets. A blue string and a golden string are everything in our life. Li Ji felt that this girl was drunk. He had to speak up. Okay, Miss Roland. Do you want me to take you back to your companions? Or help you to rest somewhere? Roland ignored Li Ji's words. She just smiled and said, do you believe everything I just said, Jason? Are you willing to be a puppet controlled by someone in the dark? The seemingly possible future variables are actually the paths arranged in the past. All efforts and hopes are just illusions. I don't like fatalism, and I don't like everything you said. Okay, Roland. Let me take you to your friends. Li Ji said and prepared to send Roland back to her friends. Since you don't like it, then tear it all to pieces. Destroy and trample all those terrible rules and regulations, those ridiculous established routes. Trample all these things under your feet. Roland suddenly shouted hysterically at Li Ji. Li Ji felt that there was an unspeakable madness and an inexplicable hope in the eyes of the girl looking at him just now. You can do all this, you are different. I can see all this. Roland said without hesitation. Compared with the monotonous golden and blue timelines of others, the golden future timeline entangled with Li Ji is as dense as a spider web. Each line represents a different choice, which will bring a completely different future. Roland saw a person who is not bound by the past timeline. He has an infinite future. Roland could not see through Li Ji's future, and even said that she tried to see the future of Li Ji's friends but failed. As long as she was entangled with Li Ji, all the futures would become unclear. Roland was tired of her life. She could predict some futures, but she could not change them. Even a tragedy could not be changed, because when she saw this future, she was actually part of the past. She was already a participant in promoting this future process. Can you experience this feeling? You know that you will be hit by a car tomorrow, but you can only be hit by a car. You know that one of your relatives or lovers will die in an accident, but you are powerless to change it. It can even be said that their death is caused by your desire to intervene after seeing the future. Your life no longer has a sense of expectation, no longer has a sense of freshness. There are no surprises and no more shocks. All the joys and sorrows have been experienced before you actually meet them. Just like a single-line RPG game, you have completed this game and know all the plot content. But you have traveled through time and space to become the protagonist of this game. No matter how you struggle, you can only go through the protagonist's journey like the original game process. Boring and tedious, and there is unspeakable loneliness and solitude. It's like entering the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean to experience the darkness and coldness of the deep sea. Roland has had enough of all this. When she first met Li Ji, she knew that he was extraordinary. She had wanted to talk to Li Ji about something countless times. But she has never been a bold girl. It was not until today that she mustered up the courage to tell Li Ji everything she thought in one breath. Although Li Ji is now in a confused state and can't understand what she is saying at all. But Roland doesn't care. The predictable future is simply terrible. She doesn't want that kind of life, not for a minute. Even just once, she wanted to yell at fate, no. Fuck the routine. And Li Ji would be her best breakthrough point. She was determined to change the future anyway. Even if it might get worse. That's why today's conversation happened. Roland's hysterical look scared Li Ji a little. He couldn't help asking, are you okay? Don't worry about me. I can tell you one thing now. There will be a big explosion in the stadium, and thousands of people will die. Do you think you can change such a future? Roland's big eyes were sparkling. Chapter 448. The direction was decided at the beginning. It was too easy for Roland to recognize Li Ji. Because no matter how he tried to hide himself, the complex future timeline on his body, which was like a spider web, was unique because it was entangled and represented an infinite future. Roland didn't know why Li Ji was so different, and she didn't care why. Compared with those things, she was more concerned about whether Li Ji could really influence the future that had already been determined. Break the dull future that was like a static oil painting in a picture frame. So Roland did not hesitate to tell her identity and special abilities. She was tired of living a routine life like a chess piece, which made her feel like living in a prison. She stared at Li Ji at last. Whether you believe it or not, this is my last news to you. Whether you can reverse the possible future or let it roll over countless blood, it's up to you. The explosion will happen at the end of the game. What I can see is that his name is Myron. Roland returned to the audience seats of the basketball court and found an excuse to take the female companion who came with her away. This was all she could do. She was powerless to change what was going to happen. Even though she knew how unjust it would be for thousands of innocent spectators to die in an inexplicable explosion. But she was powerless. If Li Ji really had the ability to change the future, then let her wait and see. Li Ji watched Roland and her female companion leave the stadium. It seemed that she was not joking. When Li Ji returned to the audience with 3 bottles of drinks, Peter couldn't help complaining. Why are you so slow? You just missed a good show. Thompson just came back on the court and played a small climax of 11-0. Now Oak High School is directly stunned. The score difference is 25 points. It is estimated that the rest of the time will become garbage time. Now there are only 7 minutes left in the 4th quarter. Oak High School still seems to be desperately trying to catch up, but the score difference is too big. Their efforts seem to be in vain. The fans in the stadium fell into the climax of early celebration. Li Ji looked around the entire basketball court. The attendance of nearly 15,000 people made the entire stadium look full. If what Roland said was true, how many people would be killed if an explosion occurred here? How many people could be killed by the panic stampede? Li Ji didn't think Roland was joking. Since she was valued by Nick Fury, there must be a reason. Li Ji didn't intend to risk the lives of more than 10,000 people in the audience to prove the correctness of Roland's words. Especially when there were many classmates from Metropolitan High School among the audience. He didn't want to attend any funeral of his classmates at this grade. They still had a long life to go. Peter, did your spider sense give any warning? Li Ji asked quickly, ignoring Peter's complaints just now. Because Peter's spider sense is always not easy to make mistakes. Once there is any danger about to happen, Peter's 6th sense will give a strong warning. Why are you asking this? This is a basketball court, not the streets of Baghdad. Peter shrugged. Listen, there is no time. I can't judge the accuracy of the news I just got, but I don't dare to take the risk. Li Ji whispered to Peter and Harry quietly and quickly, a guy named Myron is going to make an explosion on the basketball court. What? Peter and Harry looked like you are kidding me. I'm serious. Li Ji said with a serious face, they can't even watch a game in peace. These people who want to make trouble are sick. I will catch who is making trouble later, and I will kill him this time. It doesn't matter if it's Hydra, the Brotherhood of Mutants, or some other organization. Li Ji couldn't help but curse. A good weekend is ruined. Li Ji shook his head. Peter, your sensing ability can detect danger. I'm afraid you need to walk around the audience a few more times to see if there is any place where you can sense danger. I'll go to the top of the stadium later to see if there are any suspicious people. Turn on the communication headset and keep in touch at any time. Li Ji said simply. Harry also nodded, then you go to the east, and I'll go to the west. The 3 of them simply divided the work. Li Ji felt that Roland's ability to predict the future was too inaccurate. Since she saw that there would be an explosion on the court, she couldn't see where and how the guy named Myron would detonate the bomb. This way, Li Ji and others would have a general goal. But now, Li Ji and others can only grope around to find the guy who might cause the explosion in a limited time. As for evacuating all the fans directly? Please, there are only 6 minutes left. How can you reasonably evacuate more than 10,000 fans without causing panic stampede? Don't let the bomb fail to explode, but a group of people will be trampled to death. That would be the most ridiculous result. Time is running out, and Li Ji and the other 2 are frantically looking for the guy named Myron in the stadium. This little time is not even enough for them to call for support. If Roland had found Li Ji and said these words at the beginning of the game, Li Ji would have more ways to do this. But now what Li Ji and the other two are doing is more like doing their best and leaving it to fate. Now the only thing they can rely on is Peter's spider warning. At this busy moment, Peter was running around the stadium trying to trigger the spider warning, and he bumped into a vendor selling pretzels and popcorn in the stadium. The vendor was knocked down, and the pretzels and popcorn he was holding fell to the ground. Peter quickly helped the vendor up, and then said, "I'm sorry, man, are you okay? If you are okay, I will leave first." Peter's tone was a little impatient, even a little impolite. If it were normal, Peter might be more polite and considerate. After all, he was the one who hit someone. But now the lives of more than 10,000 fans in the stadium depended on him, and there were only more than 3 minutes before the bomb was detonated at the end of the game. He didn't have time to tangle with a vendor. When Peter was about to leave, the popcorn vendor grabbed him. "You knocked me to the ground, and you plan to let it go like this?" The vendor didn't seem satisfied with Peter's current attitude. Okay. I have something important to do, man. I'm sorry to knock over your snacks. Just consider it as me buying all of them. Here is $100, keep it." Peter impatiently took out $100 bill from his pocket and stuffed it into the vendor's shirt pocket. He was really in a hurry and didn't have time to tangle with the vendor over such a trivial matter. "Wait a minute, do you look down on me? Do you think I'm selling snacks in the stadium, so I'm here for a little money?" The vendor didn't seem to be impressed by Peter's forcing him to give him $100, and even felt a little insulted. "So you just think I'm cheating you out of money? I'm just not satisfied with your attitude of apology. Dude, what do you want to do? I have something important to do." Peter broke free from the vendor's hand. Spider-Man's strength is not something that ordinary people can contend with. In addition, Peter was a little impatient and didn't control his strength well, so the vendor was knocked over by Peter's strength and fell to the ground again. This time the vendor was really angry. He immediately got up and waved his fist at Peter. Li Ji, who had been observing the suspicious movements on the court from a high place, also discovered what was happening on Peter's side. "Can I borrow your telescope, sir?" Li Ji borrowed a telescope from the fan sitting at the highest point of the stadium to watch the situation on Peter's side. "Peter, have you found the guy who is going to detonate the bomb? Hurry up and subdue him." Li Ji thought Peter was fighting with a suspect. Peter replied through the headset, "No, it's just bad luck. It was a snack vendor, I bumped into him. Then we started arguing, and now it's a fight." Peter was agile and the vendor couldn't hide him at all. "Don't get entangled with him, get out of here quickly," Li Ji urged. He used a telescope to look at the vendor who was entangled with Peter in the distance. Now the vendor had his back to Li Ji. The vendor was a person who specialized in selling snacks inside Madison Square Garden. He was wearing a uniform blue and white striped uniform. There was a big Madison Square Garden logo on the back. And behind this line of big words, there was also the employee's work number 606 and his name, Myron. "Myron? Myron." Li Ji immediately called Peter through the headset, "He's Myron." "What?" Peter was distracted and was punched by Myron. Peter looked at the hawker who was fighting with him in disbelief. His eyes, which were originally gray, now turned blood red. At this moment, Li Ji suddenly realized, what did Roland mean by that all the future has been determined by the past? P.S. Myron is a minor character who appeared in about 3 chapters in Marvel Comics, but he did a big thing. In addition, he is not a mutant or an inhuman. PS2, some people say Roland, explain it. I need a character who can see the timeline, but not too strong. I originally wanted to use Mrs. Spider in the comics. But if Mrs. Spider is used, it will involve the web of shadows and the multiverse. The scale is difficult to control, and the book may collapse in minutes. So please regard Roland as Mrs. Spider in this universe, who has been weakened several times. Chapter 449 The Price of Change. When Peter saw Myron's bright red eyes, the spider sense that had been unresponsive before began to frantically warn. It was reminding Peter urgently that he was in serious danger. This guy doesn't look like he's going to detonate a bomb or something, but he is a bomb himself. And the bad thing is, it seems that I angered him. Peter told Li Ji and Harry what he saw through the headset. Li Ji and Harry, who were farther away, also began to run towards Peter. Now Li Ji truly understood what Roland meant by saying that the past is actually part of the future. If Roland hadn't said these words to Li Ji today, Li Ji wouldn't have thought of working with Peter and Harry to find out the possible bomb terrorists in the stadium. Then naturally, Peter wouldn't have circled anxiously in the stadium, trying to trigger his spider sense. He wouldn't have bumped into the vendor named Myron. Peter wouldn't have been rude to the vendor because of the urgent time pressure, and it would be even more impossible for him to be violent. If none of this happened, then there would be no anger at the vendor named Myron. From Peter's judgment, this guy probably has some incredible mutant ability. Maybe it was because he was irritated by Peter that he couldn't control his anger. This caused the energy in his body to run wild. It might even cause a super energy explosion. Li Ji, Peter and Harry had seen a lot of super energy explosions. It was not surprising at all. Whether it was mutants or ordinary people who accidentally gained superpowers, this might be the case. And the source of everything that happened today was because of the conversation between Roland and Li Ji. When Roland saw this future, she decided to find Li Ji to see if Li Ji could change the future. And everything she did seemed to be arranged. As she said, the future has been locked by the past. All the struggles in it seemed to be futile. Everyone was like a chess piece controlled by the moving forward along the predetermined trajectory, without any ability to resist. And the irresistible powerlessness that Roland felt was also experienced by Li Ji for the first time. Being controlled by someone? Exclamation mark. Or is all this just an illusion? Thinking that you have grasped your fate, but in fact it is just a trick played by fate? Li Ji didn't want to think too much, because the deeper he thought, the more he felt himself sinking into darkness. It was like living in Truman's world. No matter what, I don't want all the future to be fixed and arranged. Li Ji gritted his teeth and thought coldly. If life is really controlled by an invisible big hand, I believe no one likes this feeling. Peter, find a way to lead this guy out of the door, don't let him get into trouble on the court. Li Ji said to Peter through the headset. Without Li Ji's order, Peter was actually doing it. He tried to lure the furious Myron to leave the court. According to Roland, there was only 1 minute left before this guy exploded. Peter and Myron's scuffle on the sidelines attracted the attention of some fans. But Peter quickly disappeared into the corridor of the court with Myron, and the fans didn't care. After all, watching a fight is not as good as watching a game. Metropolitan High School is about to win. The fans are preparing to celebrate. Li Ji ran towards Peter from another exit. At this moment, he began to hate Roland a little. There is no special reason. Maybe it is because she foresees the future, or she foresees the future but is powerless to resist? Li Ji's mood is very complicated, but didn't you say that I have the ability to change the future? My future line is as complicated as a spider web. In this case, let me tear up all those annoying things. Li Ji doesn't like the feeling of being manipulated, and he hates his future being arranged. Just like he entered the world of Marvel, but he never thought about living according to the plotline of Marvel. He even ruthlessly influenced those plots, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Those once familiar stories always become specious with the participation of Li Ji. Countless things that have been changed prove Li Ji's attitude. He never believes in the future that has been set, he only believes in the future that he can create with his own hands. It is this attitude and thought hidden in his heart that will shape the current Li Ji. Including his thinking mode, it is all determined by this attitude. When Li Ji ran all the way and ran to the fire escape of the stadium according to Peter's instructions, Myron had already begun to be completely furious. His arms were like white-hot steel, emitting dazzling light and scorching heat. Peter relied on his spider sense to dodge Myron's attack, and at the same time, he kept punching Myron's body. Fortunately, this was a fire escape, and no one came in, otherwise Peter and Myron's fight would definitely attract a crowd of onlookers. Peter's fists were like the wind, and he hit Myron's body hard, trying to knock him out. Because Peter's subconscious told him that as long as he fainted, he would lose control of this violent energy. Then there would be no explosion or anything like that. Spider-Man's strength is now close to 10 tons. It's no problem to knock over a phased container truck with one full punch. But Myron took several punches from Peter and looked unscathed. Instead, it aroused his rage even more, and surging and turbulent energy continued to pour out of his heart. Now it's not just his arms that are emitting white-hot light, but his entire upper body is emitting white-hot light. Peter felt his body burned by the scorching temperature just by getting close to Myron. His clothes showed signs of burning and turning black. The hair on his body also curled slightly due to the high temperature. Peter came to watch the game today and was unarmed. It was really difficult to deal with this guy who seemed to be burning all over, especially in this small space. So when Li Ji arrived, he saw Peter trying his best to dodge. Li Ji didn't say anything nonsense. He directly pulled out the thunder blade from the space in his belt. Suppressing the raging thunder, all the energy was concentrated on the edge of the blade. Li Ji ran at full speed like a javelin thrown out, and the thunder blade was the sharpest spear blade. At the moment when Melon and Peter fought, Li Ji swung the thunder blade and passed by Melon from behind. Buzz! The waving of the thunder blade brought the sound of winds and thunder, which sounded very much like the sound of the lightsaber waving in Star Wars. With the sound of Li Ji's thunder blade waving, Melon's two arms that originally looked like white-hot steel were directly cut off by Li Ji, accompanied by the blood spraying wantonly from Melon's arms. But the blood was vaporized instantly by the high temperature outside of Myron's body just after it left the body. Ah! The huge pain made Myron sober up a little from his rage. He screamed in pain. Li Ji waved the thunder knife and chopped at Myron's head. At this critical moment, Myron's heart once again burst out with powerful energy. Starting from the heart, it went up along the throat and finally spit out through the mouth. This is a super strong energy flow, with high temperature and strong penetrating power. Li Ji used the thunder knife to directly reflect this energy flow. The energy flow just released seemed to have exhausted a lot of Myron's energy, and he began to become a little listless. When he retreated, he lost his balance and fell. Li Ji approached him with the thunder knife, and there were only 15 seconds left before the final explosion time mentioned by Roland. Aren't you going to explode? Let me chop off your head. I want to see how you explode. Li Ji's murderous expression attracted Peter's attention, and he shouted on the side, "Wait! Are you going to kill him?" Li Ji was held by Peter's shouting, and he glanced at Peter. Peter saw anger and murderous intent in Li Ji's eyes. The two looked at each other for 3 seconds, and Li Ji swung the thunder knife in his hand fiercely. P.S. On the 515 Fan Festival, enter the main venue to find the Great Gods discussion, and search for the contracted writer's 1 ton of apples. Vote to receive an exclusive fan title, Apple Pie. Chapter 450, Desperate Virus? Li Ji and Peter exchanged a glance, and finally swung the lightning knife fiercely at Myron. Are you crazy? Did you kill him? Peter looked at Li Ji in disbelief. Li Ji exhaled a breath of foul air and sighed, No, I just knocked him out with the back of the knife. Peter looked at Myron carefully, and there was indeed no wound on his head. It really looked like he was just knocked unconscious. Li Ji did have the intention to kill him just now. The inexplicable irritability and the boredom of being controlled almost made him lose control. However, Peter's yelling at him just now didn't work. In the end, he didn't use the blade but the back of the blade to hit Myron. Myron, who was in a daze, was no longer threatening, and the red energy began to retreat continuously. Peter's spider sense, which was constantly warning, also stopped the alarm. Peter breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately you didn't kill him. We have no reason to kill him. Yes. Li Ji put away the thunder knife. No matter where his power comes from, at least before he was an ordinary person who didn't seem to be much harm. Peter nodded. If I hadn't been a little reckless just now and angered him, maybe all this wouldn't have happened. So, in fact, the explosion that could have been caused was actually caused by us? He was just a normal hawker. Peter looked at Li Ji and said seriously. And Li Ji nodded helplessly. It seems so. Because we know the result, it inexplicably becomes the reason. Roland's ghost ability is really annoying. This time it seems that we are wrong, but this person named Myron is actually a little innocent. Peter looked at Myron who lost his arms and felt a little reluctant. We need to treat him. Myron's arm no longer bleeds, and the wound has begun to scar. Li Ji touched his pulse, which is still strong and powerful, and it doesn't look like a seriously injured person at all. Go contact Harry and prepare limb regeneration surgery for this guy. Since I cut off his arm, I will pay for it. Li Ji recalled the energy burst of Myron just now, and he felt that he had seen it somewhere. Peter had already contacted Harry, because he was far away from Peter and Li Ji just now, and he did not arrive in the first time. Now he simply arranged for people to organize the aftermath. Peter walked to Li Ji and patted his shoulder. I was really afraid that you would kill him with a knife just now. Peter was indeed a little scared, because from Peter's point of view, Myron was an innocent guy. If it weren't for Peter angering him, he would probably still be selling his own snacks in the stadium and living his own life. If Li Ji killed Myron for various reasons, Peter would be the one who would find it most difficult to accept. He would bear the burden of indirectly killing an innocent person. If I really killed him at that time, what would you do? Luigi turned his face and looked at Peter seriously. I don't know. I definitely can't accept it. No matter what the reason, this will be an innocent person who was killed. Peter shook his head, not knowing how to express his emotions. Anyway, if this is really the case, I think it will be difficult for me to take on the role of Spider-Man. Peter still had some words to say. If Luigi really killed this person at that time, maybe he would part ways with Luigi. Because this is a truly innocent person, not one of those vicious criminals. Fortunately he didn't die. Luigi sighed and said. Yes, fortunately he didn't die. Peter also echoed. As for the matter of having his arm cut off, since he didn't die, there won't be too many problems with this surgery that relies on limb regeneration. During the conversation with Peter, Luigi inexplicably felt that his body was much lighter. It was as if something heavy was removed. He thought it was an illusion in his mind. And in the place where Luigi couldn't see, among the tangled and complicated future lines on his body, a chaotic and rugged line began to slowly dim until it disappeared silently. Luigi didn't know what this meant. But in the dark, it seemed that something was beginning to change. Ancient One, who was far away in Kamardaki, suddenly felt the eye of Agamotto on his chest vibrate very, very slightly. He took a deep breath, not knowing whether it was good or bad. Before sending Myron away, Luigi asked Harry to isolate him for treatment. Because before waiting for the arrival of the people arranged by Harry, Luigi and Peter discovered something. That is, the part of Myron that was originally injured actually began to slowly regenerate. The bright red energy was slowly repairing his wounds and might even reorganize his limbs. Luigi looked at Myron's current situation, and Myron's performance in the battle just now made Luigi suddenly think of something. Although according to the timeline, all this should not appear at this time. But now this Marvel world is not the Marvel world that Luigi is familiar with, and anything can appear in advance. Harry said that he would isolate Myron and monitor and observe him until his arm grows back. Thanks, help me clean up the mess. Luigi shook Harry's forearm. You're welcome. But I think we should stay away from the girl named Roland you mentioned. Everything you said today makes me feel that this girl is too weird. And I don't have a very good impression of her now. Harry frowned and said. In fact, not only him, but also Luigi and Peter didn't like this girl very much at this moment. In short, it feels weird. Luigi felt that it was necessary to talk to Rogers. Maybe the Night Watch was not suitable to protect this girl. But Luigi was at least a little relieved. Roland felt that the future was irreversible, and she was even the reason for the result, but this time Luigi destroyed Roland's prediction. Is this the non-overlap and diverse future of the time traveler and this timeline? Luigi thought so. In the Night Watch base, Luigi took the two arms of Myron that he had cut off into the laboratory. Peter followed him in. They were both a little curious about what was going on with Myron's body. Luigi asked Peter to use experimental equipment to test and see if there was anything strange about this guy. Because in Luigi's memory, some guys were very similar to Myron. That is the super powerful gene drug developed by the villain in the movie Iron Man 3, the extremis virus modification. Although this thing should not appear in this timeline, the world is in such a mess now, and Luigi does not expect everything to develop according to what he knows. Speaking of Iron Man, Luigi has recently been working on the personal grudges between Tony Stark and Rogers. If I am not mistaken, the civil war caused by the Superhero Registration Act. The two main leaders are Tony Stark's supporters and the opposition led by Steve Rogers. Because of the opposition between the two, and some unclear personal grudges, the superheroes fell into a civil war. Luigi does not like to see a group of superheroes fighting to death. It does him no good. So he is entrusting Zheng Chu to do one thing, that is, to find a way to find the video of Howard Stark's car accident. If I am not mistaken, Howard's death was not an accident. It was done by Captain Rogers' good friend, Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes. It was precisely because of this incident that someone took advantage of it that Captain Rogers and Tony had an unhealable rift and confrontation. Before the Civil War, Captain Rogers had seen his old friend Bucky and knew that he was still alive. He had been trying to find him and imposed a fatal blow to Bucky. This caused Tony's strong dissatisfaction. In the end, Tony led his own people to fight Captain Rogers. It can be said that compared to the implementation of government bills, the two superheroes with super appeal played a decisive role in the Civil War. Captain Rogers doesn't need to be mentioned. In this world, he can force the military and Congress to make concessions by using lawsuits and news. It can be seen how much public opinion he has in the public. And Tony Stark is now incredible, holding the ability to develop helium-3. Not only is he super rich, but he has the ability to influence the situation in the world. Compared with the movie that Lee Ji saw, if Tony and Captain Rogers in this world really confront each other and start a civil war, the destructiveness it produces is far from the petty performance of destroying an airport in the movie. So Lee Ji decided to find the surveillance video of the Winter Soldier killing Tony's parents before Captain Rogers saw the real Winter Soldier. Then he would throw all the problems directly to the Illuminati. Some problems must be laid out, and only by speaking them out can they be solved. Now Captain Rogers has not seen the living Winter Soldier, and the Delta Wing building of S.H.I.E.L.D. was not destroyed by him. There is still room for negotiation and mutual compromise. Just find a time for Tony not to wear the Iron Man armor and let the captain not bring his superpower shield. Lee Ji believes that if there is a conflict at that time, he, Professor Charles and Hank will be enough to stop these two guys. So during this period, Zheng Chu was extremely hard in the base. He had to find a video file from nearly 20 years ago among a vast amount of information. He felt like he was about to explode. "You owe me 10 years of Starbucks, Nightwalker. The kind with the brownie combo," he shouted when he saw Lee Ji appear. Lee Ji waved his hand. "No problem, I will give you all the Starbucks for the rest of your life. You can order whatever cake you want, and drink whatever coffee you want. You can drink 1 cup or pour 1 cup. As long as you find me the video that reveals the truth about Howard Stark's car accident." Lee Ji's words barely calmed the dissatisfaction of the fat boy Zheng Chu. Lee Ji looked around the night watch base. Mike was repairing guns. Big Daddy was shooting at a shooting range. Frank went to Italy recently. He went to execute Franco Stanich. Barbara and Peter were in the laboratory, and Zheng Chu was in the computer control room. Everyone seemed to be there, but he always felt like someone was missing. "Oh, right. Mindy? Why can't I see her these days? Doesn't she play PS4 games anymore?" Zheng Chu answered Lee Ji again. "She has been getting along well with her new lolly friend recently. She has no time to pay attention to us, a group of outdated men." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.